Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News, broadcasting from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are top stories. European leaders condemn Israel's settlement project in the West Bank. Iran's Ghalibaf says Tehran must plan to overcome what it describes as unjust sanctions by the U.S. Finland accuses Russia of violating its airspace as Moscow strikes in Kyiv kill at least 16 people overnight. European leaders have added to mounting international condemnation of a major Israeli settlement project in the occupied West Bank. It comes after Israel authorities opened bidding for more than 1,200 homes in the area. Meanwhile, the Palestinian Health Ministry has said Israeli forces have killed a Palestinian man in the city of Jenin. The Israeli military says he had attempted to stab a soldier. I'm now joined by professor and international relations expert, Dr. Leigh Al-Hindi. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Leigh.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Dr. Leigh, so how significant is this West Bank settlement project?
It is very significant on so many different levels. First of all, that it is becoming a legal settlement in the sense of approved by the state. However, it's definitely illegal under international law to build any settlements in an occupied territory. It is also a big blow to the Oslo Agreement, to the division of land in the West Bank. And it is also, it has significant geographical complications on connecting the lands to each other. And it is one more time an Israeli government going towards the right, the extreme right, and supporting the extreme right positions right before the elections, most probably to gain their votes.
Dr. Leigh, so you touched on that just a bit. Let's talk a bit more about what makes it so geographically and or strategically important for Israel.
It is the piece of land we're talking about is between East Jerusalem and the other settlements that have been established east of that part of the city. So practically by building this concentration, which was approved, by the way, last year, and now we are seeing the go-ahead with contractors going forward. The problem with this settlement is that it links Jerusalem to the settlements that are east of the city, and it cuts out completely the Palestinians that live in East Jerusalem. It also has a serious repercussion on connecting the different parts of the West Bank together, and it practically kind of cuts the West Bank in half between the northern part and the southern part. So this, in geographical terms and strategic terms, is seen as, once again, as I said, a complete withdrawal from the Oslo Agreement and a very serious blow on the feasibility and viability of a future Palestinian state.
Right on that topic, Dr. Leigh, because what major or more consequences does this have on a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine? Meaning, can this settlement expansion actually make it no longer geographically viable at some point?
I mean, this is in itself significant, as we said, geographically. However, it comes in a series of events. And if we want to describe the situation in Gaza, we know that there has been the legalized settlements, so accepted by the Israeli state. And these have been protected by the separation wall that has been growing and that has practically made a mess of the whole territory in the West Bank. We have the illegal settlements that have been invading Palestinian territories, taking their land by force, killing people by force. And now we are seeing more and more in the past 2 years, the illegal actions by individual settlers or different political parties, or as we said, right-wing Orthodox Jews extremists, have been protected and supported by the Israeli government. So we can no longer claim, as the government of Israel can no longer claim that these are, uncontrolled events or these are, individual actions of individual settlers. This is legitimizing all this illegal action in the West Bank. This is protecting the killers of the Palestinians. And this is, as I said, putting a complete end to the Oslo Agreement that set the perimeters of who rules what in the West Bank and put the roadmap towards a Palestinian state. So maybe not that settlement itself, but the whole process and the whole path we have been taking, especially in the past 2 years, is going towards making the Palestinian state impossible in the future.
And Dr. Elie, we're also seeing increasingly strong language coming from European governments, Egypt and Jordan, but we've heard this language before. What leverage does the international community actually have over Israel at this point?
They do. I mean, I refuse to say that only the U.S. can pressure Israel and that Israel can do whatever it wants and that, all that conspiracy theory. I don't agree. I think Israel is in dire need for international legitimacy and has been seeking that for years and years in the past. A big part of this support has come from European countries in the past. And this is what we are seeing a significant change in since the Gaza events, but also before that. The people, the public opinion in Europe and now recently in the US is shifting away from the support of Israel. And governments are becoming more and more accountable towards their people to stop the proper, let me say, legitimization of Israeli actions. So what can European countries do? They can do a lot more than just talking. They can, first of all, strengthen the rules and regulations that forbid the trading with any products that are produced in the settlements, specifically to target the illegal settlements in the West Bank. But more than that, they can have a diplomatic pressure on Israel, escalating all the way to cutting diplomatic relations. At least if they don't want to cut international relations, they can stop economic exchange. And more importantly, they can stop supporting the military establishment of Israel. And they can stop sending weapons that are used eventually by the Israeli army and by illegal settlers to kill Palestinians and to move forward with this plan that is once again making a Palestinian state in the future almost impossible.
And you mentioned the U.S., Dr. Elie. What type of role can the United States play here? Do you believe that they can take or will take any action against this expansion in the West Bank?
I mean, they can, and they surely are one of the most important powers around the world that can pressure Israel. Not only because they are the strongest power, but because they are the closest supporters of Israel on all these fronts that I mentioned, economically, politically, diplomatically, but also in terms of supply of weapons and supply of equipments in that sense. And Israel is in a situation where it cannot afford to lose any military support, notably that of the United States. So President Trump is definitely, and this administration in general, is definitely able to pressure the Israeli government, as we have seen it happen in so many different fights before. However, we have seeing and hearing the American ambassador in Israel that is probably more Zionist than the Zionist groups and the political lobbyists themselves, and has clearly said that all of the West Bank should be a part of Israel and maybe beyond that also. These kinds of statements, unfortunately, say that the general mood in Washington is not completely against these settlements and these, let me say, escalation in the West Bank. But is it the right time for it? Definitely not. And I do believe that if Israel escalates further in the West Bank, the repercussions are not going to be only on the Palestinian state, but also on the whole region and definitely on American interests. So it is in American national interest and strategic interest to stop these actions of Israel, notably if President Trump claims himself to be the man who will bring peace to the Middle East.
Dr. Elie Al-Hindi, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes.
NATO member Finland has accused Russia of violating its airspace overnight. An investigation is underway and its foreign ministry has summoned the Russian ambassador. Moscow strikes on Kyiv have also killed at least 16 people. Meanwhile, a senior Russian diplomat has said Russia is ready to listen to new proposals on how to reach a settlement to end the war, but proposals should reflect the realities on the ground. For more on this, I'm joined by Senior Editor for Outcome Modeling Analysis at Issue Insight, John Kavalich. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
John, so how significant is it that Finland suspects a Russian aircraft entered its airspace?
It isn't that significant. It is a media moment, and most people, particularly in Ukraine, are looking every day for something that they can tie to Russia, to nefarious behavior, and then make an issue of it. But these events are happening more and more. They're not yet commonplace, but they're happening to the point where governments are anticipating them. They're budgeting for them. They're politically getting ready to have a policy that they can then share with their own populations. They know what they're going to say to NATO. They know what they're going to say to the Russian ambassador when they call the Russian ambassador in. So it shouldn't be seen as scary. It's just more of how Russia is prosecuting its war against Ukraine. And it doesn't believe that it's only fighting Ukraine. It believes that it's fighting the 27 members of the European Union, and it believes it's fighting the 32 members of NATO. And that's why you see sort of this expansion of who's going to be inconvenienced. And unfortunately, in some cases, civilians will get killed and get injured. But this is more of Russia saying, if you want to be a part of the war, then we're going to accommodate you.
Well, John, because there's also a bit of context here. The U.S. intelligence believes Vladimir Putin could be planning a limited incursion as early as in the coming weeks. This was reported recently by the Wall Street Journal. Could this be a form, do you believe, of Russian testing, perhaps, of NATO's air defenses?
Well, they are testing, and the U.S. or NATO tests the Russian air defenses, and Russia tests NATO defenses. That's normal. But the narrative out there that President Putin and President Zelensky was the main advocate for this strategy and this line, which was, hey, if you don't help us, NATO, you don't help us, EU, you don't help us, that Putin, after he gets done with us, he's going to come after you. So we've got to stop him in Ukraine. And that makes some sense. But when you look at Russia first invaded Ukraine in 2014. Then they invaded more extensively in 2022. So we are 5 years into the second part of this. And Ukraine has held Russia to about 20% of its territory. And Russia hasn't been able to break through, despite its immense population advantage, its military advantage, its ally advantage, meaning it's got the assistance of China, got the assistance of North Korea, got the assistance of Iran. But they still haven't been able to get the prize. And so when I see the stories that President Putin wants this, he's preparing for that, sure, okay. But does he have the capacity to do anything? And the answer there is going to be no.
And we're also seeing Russian strikes that are intensifying. Just last night, killing 16 people in Kyiv, while drones, as we just have been discussing, are also crossing into neighboring countries. What does this latest escalation, do you believe, tell us about Russia's willingness to actually negotiate?
Well, just like, Ukraine, neither country wants to negotiate from what it perceives as a position of weakness. They want to negotiate, in essence, when they're winning. And so for Ukraine, for the last 5 years, Ukraine has been constrained. It's been constrained by its allies, those that gave them weapons, because those weapons came with an instruction manual. And one of the items in the manual was, you can only use this within your internationally recognized territory. Don't start attacking Russia with what we're giving you. Slowly, Ukraine was able to massage those and make some changes. And so they were able to start using some of the armaments that were given to them to hit into Russia itself. But then Ukraine started to develop its own technology, its own production capacities, and it's been incredibly impressive. They're not only hitting for distance, they're hitting for structural importance. So going after wild berries, the Russian version of Amazon, going after infrastructure, going after airports, oil refineries, gas refineries, port facilities. So they're hitting Russia where it matters. But President Zelensky knows that Russia's response will not be symmetrical. If Ukraine, and they're not aiming for civilians, but if Ukraine kills or injures 1 or 2 or 3 Russians, the Russian response is 10, 20, or 30 civilians, and it's going to hit a hospital, it's going to hit a school, it's going to hit a train station, it's going to hit a park. And that's how they do things. That's how they prosecute this war. So for President Zelensky, he's in a great position to say to President Putin and to show President Putin, this is going to get worse for you, and your economy's not collapsing, but it's corroding. So make a deal, call it a day, and let's stop this. But President Putin, he needs to be convinced that he's won. And some of this is going to be performative, and it's optics. And President Trump is really good at that. And President Trump will say, hey, look, when you attacked Ukraine, you were fighting Ukraine. 5 years later, you're fighting NATO. You're fighting the EU. And look, you've won. You've kept what you took. So, hey, now's the time. Just let's make a deal and call it a day. So all of that's rattling around in this. And at some point, when President Putin says, yes, we're willing to listen, a lot of it goes back to the root causes, and then we get to issues that are really difficult. And on the Ukrainian side, and I'll wrap up with this, on the Ukrainian side, they keep adding to, as does the EU, adding to issues. The goal of negotiators is to take a lot of issues and narrow it down to a few, so then you can make a deal. But the European Union keeps adding items that, well, we need to have Russia do this. We need a seat at the table. We need them to deal reparations. And for Russia, they're looking and saying, well, this is great, because if we're prepared to negotiate on the 3 items and now you want to add 6, well, now we need time to study them. While we're studying them, we're going to be killing Ukrainians. So I think this is going to take a little while.
And John, Russian diplomats have also said that they hope the U.S. can influence Ukraine for a peace deal. Is Russia essentially asking the U.S. to pressure Ukraine to accept its terms?
Oh, absolutely. And they've been doing that since 2014, and then again through from 2022. And President Putin thought a year ago that he did have the empathy and the sympathy of President Trump, and that didn't last too long. Russia's going to try to use whatever tools it can. But the biggest, as I was saying, the biggest problem now is really not what Russia wants, what Ukraine wants, merging those together and finding a solution. And it's not one solution. This is a series of chapters. So what we're talking about first is ending the military component of the conflict. Then you get to the other items, whether it's reparations, whether it's returning of prisoners of war, returning children, just all this other stuff that's going to take a long time. Ukraine is not going to withdraw its complaint at the International Criminal Court saying that President Putin's a war criminal. That is going to take years and decades to deal with. So the goal is, how do you stop the killing and then get to everything else? And for President Trump, his biggest problem isn't getting President Zelensky to go along with him. His biggest problem is the leadership, the political leadership of the European Union in Brussels, and the political leadership of NATO in Brussels as well, because those two keep adding items, and they almost need this to keep going for some sort of political agenda, but it's not good for either one of them. The European Union is hemorrhaging comedy. They are becoming more and more distant with each other. The longer this goes, the more expensive it becomes, the more Ukraine is looking like becoming a member of the European Union. That starts getting micro and macro issues. And then for NATO is having a problem because once the Russia-Ukraine war is over, the fighting part, they're going to say, hey, we can't make the mistake we did after the USSR went away, where we had the peace dividend. Look, we were wrong. That's not going to work because voters are younger in Europe, and they're going to be saying, Putin is over 70. He's going to be dying pretty soon. Trump's out of office in 2 years. Macron's out next year. Germany may have a change. We have a new leadership in the UK. We're not going to be spending all this money on military. We want schools, hospitals, roads, less taxes and that. So this isn't only President Trump having to convince President Putin or President Zelensky. It's President Trump, President Zelensky, and President Putin having to convince the European Union and NATO.
John Kavalich, thank you for joining us and your perspective.
Thank you.
Now to the latest on Lindsay Clancy's trial, the mother that has admitted killing her daughter and 2 sons, but has pleaded not guilty to their murder. Her former mother-in-law has testified this week, saying that Lindsay was begging for help and struggled in the months before her 3 children were killed. Her defense is arguing that Clancy was suffering from postpartum psychosis and should not be held criminally responsible. Take a listen.
You told the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother.
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because you didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, let's say October, November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt, mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Thank you for joining us today, Gemma.
Thank you.
So we're now approaching closing arguments on this case, Gemma. How does the jury decide whether this was a calculated act or the result of what they're describing as a psychotic break?
So the key question for a jury here is not simply, whether Lindsay Clancy loved her children or whether she appeared mentally ill, but it's whether at the legally relevant moment that her mental state was so severely impaired that she lacked the criminal responsibility required for murder. Now, this is obviously under Massachusetts law. Now, this does mean that a diagnosis of postpartum psychosis, which, as we know, is the cornerstone of her defense, by itself would not automatically decide the case. So what the jury is essentially being asked is to reconstruct what was happening inside Lindsay Clancy's mind at the precise time that she killed her children. And then they need to apply Massachusetts legal tests for criminal responsibility. So complicating matters here is the fact that a person experiencing psychosis can sometimes do things that do look organized or deliberate, and that someone can have serious depression or other mental illness and still be legally criminally responsible. So it would be up to the jury to decide where Clancy falls on that spectrum. Now, ultimately, the evidence the jurors will weigh will most likely focus in 4 areas. So firstly, what was her mental state in the days and hours before the killings? Secondly, how convincing is the evidence of psychosis that's being presented? Thirdly, what does the apparent planning, which the prosecution is pushing, mean? And then fourthly, what did she understand immediately before and after the killings?
And Gemma, you've been following the trial up and close. Has anything you think the judge said or done in court give us a sense of which way he may be leaning?
So Judge William Sullivan, he hasn't really signaled how he's leaning on the final verdict. And that's kind of the person that he is, going on his previous trials. He's sort of maintained a neutral demeanor throughout. There's a couple of things which, the prosecution might cling to. So he rejected the defense's bid to call a former McLean Hospital social worker who had been commenting about the case on TikTok. Now, McLean Hospital is the residential psychiatric facility near Boston where Lindsay checked herself in voluntarily at the beginning of January, and she stayed there for 5 days, although he did then allow official hospital staffing records to be entered into evidence. Now, he also denied a defense motion for a required finding of not guilty. This was put forward by the defense. He said that the case involves competing expert witnesses on mental state that must go to a jury. And additionally, when Lindsay Clancy became visibly emotional in court, Judge Sullivan instructed the jury to set aside any emotional reactions they have and to be sure that they follow the letter of the law.
And Gemma, the trial has also sparked a wave of online conspiracy theories. Can you walk us through what's being said online?
Yeah, I mean, you can't open social media at the moment without coming across yet another conspiracy theory. So it's the forensic evidence or the lack thereof which has largely exacerbated conspiracy theories. That's primarily the lack of usable fingerprints on the exercise bands the children were strangled with. Now, experts say the texture of the material of the exercise bands prevented the transfer of clear, identifiable fingerprints. So there are no fingerprints on what is alleged to be, the murder weapon. Now, similarly, there were no usable fingerprints recovered from the kitchen knife, which the prosecution say Clancy used to cut her own wrists and neck before she jumped from her bedroom window. Now, what we're seeing here are the effects of what has been dubbed forensic fandom. So Clancy's live stream trial has become fodder for amateur sleuths in this era of, the Netflix murder docuseries, true crime podcast, and trial by internet. You've got accounts on TikTok and other social media platforms that have been pushing viral conspiracy theories. And experts say this does actually threaten to undermine efforts to, destigmatize and raise awareness of postpartum illness. Now, Patrick Clancy, her former husband, he has also been the target of many conspiracy theories. These include accusations that he changed his clothes and shoes between visiting the pharmacy and picking up food for the evening. He was gone for an hour. That he hired a body double to go into the CVS pharmacy for him, where he was collecting medication for his children. And also that he was, quote, manufacturing conditions to actually drive Lindsay mad so that she would seem mad. Now, he's also come under scrutiny for the timeline when he supposedly met his new wife. He's recently got married again, and they're expecting a child together. But as we know, Patrick Clancy is not under any suspicion. He's not on trial, and there's no indication to suggest that he met his wife at any other time.
These conspiracy theories seem inevitable nowadays. And Gemma,
Yes.
Now we've also seen women who are rallying in support of Lindsay Clancy outside the courtroom. Do you believe, could this set a dangerous precedent by blurring the line between understanding what is mental illness and excusing perhaps a crime?
Well, yes, as you said, the support outside the courtroom is actually growing bigger each day. I mean, currently there's about 300 people who are gathering outside. These are supporters who are sympathetic to Lindsay's case. They've been wearing pink clothing, as you can see there, emblazoned with different phrases such as believe, she needed help, peace for Lindsay. Now, a lot of people outside the courtroom have said that her story has resonated with them, and this is about raising awareness about how the mental health system treats women. But in answer to your question, rather, the Lindsay Clancy case, it acts as a reminder that the justice system has to preserve a difficult distinction. Now, that is that severe mental illness may explain an act, but only a very specific level of mental impairment can, reduce criminal responsibility. So there remains an understanding that mental illness exists on a spectrum, and, the likes of depression, anxiety, intrusive thoughts, suicidal ideation, bipolar, and even the psychotic symptoms do not automatically mean that a person has lost the ability to understand that the act they're doing is wrong. I think one of the real dangers here It lies with public perception and lack of critical thinking. And that's what the danger, which could blur the understanding of where the line can be drawn. Obviously, this is an emotionally difficult case because there's strong evidence that Lindsay was profoundly mentally unwell and repeatedly sought psychiatric help, but also that 3 children were killed by their mother. And people are very keen not to lose sight of these victims or let their names get lost in the trial.
That's right. Gemma White, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
3 football bodies are debating whether to hold talks of a no-confidence vote against FIFA president Gianni Infantino. According to TalkSport, conversations took place on the matter in the Salzburg during the UEFA Super Cup last week. Infantino has faced intense backlash after details of his plan to sell World Cup profits to private equity firms were made public. For more on this, I'm joined from London by TalkSport journalist Amelia Beltrao. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Now, Amelia, tell us more about this. Could Infantino face a no-confidence vote from these football bodies? And if so, what could happen?
Yes, it is a possibility, but by no means is this a done deal. So we understand UEFA, CONCACAF and the Asian Football Confederation are having discussions whether to force through this emergency vote of no confidence in Gianni Infantino. And under FIFA rules, you need 43 member associations to write a written submission of no confidence in him, and then that can open up the discussion. With UEFA, with CONCACAF, with the AFC, they have 136 member associations out of 211 member associations. So on paper, it sounds good. They've got more than half. But the tricky bit is whether there's actually unison amongst the member associations. So, for instance, Mexico has already publicly come out and said that they back Infantino, whereas all the countries in the UK and Ireland have said they have withdrawn support for Infantino. The key battleground will be Asia, because at the moment there's no real unison approach to this. And they have a bit of a deadline. They need to get this done, whether they decide to go through with it, by the 18th of November. That's the key date where any candidates who want to become the president, want to submit themselves to becoming FIFA president for the election in March, they need to have that submitted by the 18th of November. So, as I say, this is, in theory, this could be quite worrying for Infantino, having these big confederations possibly plotting to do this vote of no confidence, but nothing has been decided yet.
And on to transfer news now, and Spurs have agreed a £75 million deal for Brazilian winger Savinho, and the spending doesn't end there, does it?
No, it's been a very expensive window for Spurs. They've spent over £230 million in this window alone, and 75 million could even raise to 85 million for Savinho. What's weird about this particular purchase is that he's only 22. He's had 24 Premier League appearances last season, and only 7 of them he started. So that's actually not very many numbers to go off. He does have a lot of potential. It's just whether the Spurs manager, Roberto Zerbi, is the man to fulfill and realise that potential. But there's already talks that they're going to be maybe even spending even more this summer. They're talking about getting Omar Mamouche. They've already had record sales for Sandro Tonali, Mateus Fernandes. So a very big project is on the way as Spurs look to hopefully start challenging for those top places in the Premier League.
Sticking with football, Amelia, Messi has scored his first goal since the death of his father, but it was somewhat overshadowed by an altercation with an opposition player. What happened there?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, his father Jorge died earlier this month, and he did manage to help Inter Miami score and beat Philadelphia Union 2-1. So it was a very emotional goal for him, probably one of the most emotional goals you can get in his career. And you did definitely notice his teammates surrounding him, really sort of supporting him after his goal. But maybe this was possibly tainted or taken away from that, because there was an altercation with Philadelphia's Quinn Sullivan. There was an exchange of words, and then Messi appeared to swipe the back of his head. Neither of the players got a booking, but there was another altercation later in the match in which 2 of the players did eventually get sent off. And it doesn't end there, because there are investigations ongoing into what Messi did, and this could have consequences, whether that be a fine or whether he gets sanctioned.
On to tennis now, Amelia, and it looks like Carlos Alcaraz is back on the court for the U.S. Open, and there's a huge prize fund up for grabs too.
Yeah, so seeing Carlos Alcaraz, I'm sure will make many people happy. He's obviously one of tennis's greatest stars at the moment, and he is the defending champion of the US Open. But the tricky thing for him is that he hasn't played competitively since April because of a wrist injury. He pulled out to the French Open, the US Open, and Cincinnati, as well as Toronto. And this is going to be his first competitive tennis since then. So it will be a question of whether has the rest and the 4 months of rest been beneficial to his game, or will he actually lack having that preparation, that competitive preparation, as he looks to defend the title? In terms of the prize money, yes, it is a record amount. It's $108 million up for grabs. That's an increase of 20% from last year. So the winners of both the men's singles and the women's singles can walk away with $5.5 million. And even just getting into the first round of the tournament, you can take home $140,000, which is an incredible amount of money for all the players on the tour.
Meanwhile, there's sad news for Elena Rybakina, who's out of the Cincinnati Open with an injury after a loss to Iga Swiatek. She was hoping to rival Aryna Sabalenka as world number one, wasn't she?
Yeah, it was really gutting for Elena Rybakina because she was actually forced to retire. She was trailing Iga Swiatek 4-1 and then had to retire with an ankle injury. What was really difficult for her was this would have been a golden moment in this particular tournament for her to actually reach the number one spot because Aryna Sabalenka was knocked out previously. Rybakina only needs to win 2 more games and get into the final, and then she would have been able to claim that number one spot. But I don't even think that's a concern or a priority for her at the moment because we've got the US Open in 9 days' time. It's on the 30th of August that kicks off. So I think the priority for now is to just try and heal that ankle as quickly as she can so she can play in the US Open.
Amelia Beltrao, thank you for joining us from London and for all the sports news. Thank you. A reminder of our top stories. European leaders condemn Israel's settlement project in the West Bank. Iran's Ghalibaf says Tehran must plan to overcome what it describes as unjust sanctions by the U.S. Finland accuses Russia of violating its airspace as Moscow strikes in Kyiv kill at least 16 people overnight. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now, this year, 2026, marks a centenary in diplomatic relations between France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Well, formal diplomatic ties were first established in 1926. Well, today, the two countries enjoy a close strategic partnership spanning defense, security, trade, investment, energy, culture, and tourism. Well, ties between Riyadh and Paris have deepened under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the French President Emmanuel Macron. Well, Macron has been in office for the best part of a decade, and it's reported that the two leaders maintain regular contact, coordinating closely on regional security and diplomatic efforts across the Middle East. Well, to discuss this further, we're joined now by Dr. Louis Blin, who is a historian of the Middle East and the former French Consul General in Jeddah. He joins us today from Paris. Thank you so much indeed for joining us, Dr. Blin. And now, I understand you've lived across the Middle East and North Africa as well. I wanted to ask you a bit more about your relationship with Saudi Arabia, which, by the sounds of things, dates back several years.
Yes, I spent 4 years in Jeddah as the French Consul General, and it was one of my most interesting postings after 5 or 6 other countries in the Middle East, as the country was witnessing a real revolution, an underground one, especially in Jeddah, and which came out afterwards after the 2016 era of the present regime in Saudi Arabia, which is a product of this cultural and social revolution. And I was very lucky to witness it at its very beginnings in Jeddah.
Just turning our attention to the present day, it's reported that His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the French President Emmanuel Macron speak quite often. I mean, how would you describe the state of relations between Riyadh and Paris?
It's a personal affair for the Crown Prince, who knows very well our country because he spent so many times his vacations when he was a child in France, and he owns a place in the outskirts of Paris. So there is a personal relation which was built upon a common past. And next, of course, they have been now very often in contact, and France and Saudi Arabia, as you properly mentioned, have 1 century of relations since the very beginning of the kingdom. But it goes far backwards. Because the first one to be interested in the Saudi state was Napoleon 300 years ago. And by the way, we will celebrate 3 centuries of the Saudi state next year, which means that it's one of the most stable countries in the world. This means that the French and the Saudis have a common past, and they share a common interest nowadays, and they are trying to build a common future on, of course, mutual interest in especially cooperation in the cultural field. But nowadays, and the importance, I believe, of the visit of Prince Mohammed in Paris is that it comes at a very sensitive time where the Middle East is about to change thoroughly. We are witnessing the end of the U.S. dominance in the Middle East, and we cannot until now guess what's next. So we are trying to build something together. We have been supporting all the contacts of Saudi Arabia during the last period with some regional actors, as well as non-regional like Pakistan, and Turkey. So we would be eager to build something together in common, because we have this shared interest in stability. Stability wouldn't come if we do not act in a common mood. I believe, of course, that we are on the same thinking politically and economically. But the main point and the main difference which we can make both our both countries is that we have a cultural interest in the ongoing world. The leadership is not only military or political, it's also cultural. We have a cultural crisis in the Middle East because of this crawling of the US empire, and we are trying to build a common culture together. And of course, everybody nowadays speaks about the projects. We have a joint project in Saudi Arabia, in Al Ula, since during the last few years. And now we have some discussions about a theme park close to Paris, which means that our joint cultural projects might happen in both countries.
Okay, so I mean, everything you've said suggests a strong and mutually supportive relationship between Riyadh and Paris, with this personal dimension that you mentioned as well. You also touched on the Iran war, and specifically on that point, I want to ask you whether you think there is common ground and perhaps some shared frustrations between Riyadh and Paris on this particular issue.
Yes, you know, we have an experience that the quickest way to get rid of a foe is to make out of it a friend. That's what happened with us, with Germany after the Second World War. And why wouldn't it happen in the Middle East as well? There are a lot of problems between Iran and its neighbors, but I believe that it could not be solved with violence. The war, always worsens the situation in Iran as well as in Yemen, of course, which is a byproduct. So I believe that where the actors, the regional actors, eager to solve it without interference from actors who have nothing else than war in mind, it would work. Why not? And we would be supporting such a prospect, which might happen quite quickly, because everybody now knows that there is no issue of this war. So either it lasts for years and there will be only losers, including us, ourselves, or it will be solved by some sort of a stalemate, but at a condition that everybody wants to build a common future, and I believe that a common future in the Gulf is in the interest of both sides of the Gulf.
Sure. And the situations in Lebanon and Gaza spring to mind as well. I mean, both of those situations are of considerable interest, I think it's fair to say, to both Saudi Arabia and France. Do you think they have a shared approach to the desired outcome in both Gaza and Lebanon?
Yes. Everybody has its views directed towards Iran nowadays, but I believe that the main issue is the other side. You know, there are only 20 kilometers between Israel and the Saudi borders. So the Saudis are fully interested in what, fully aware that their future is always at stake when Israel goes outside of its borders, and that's what is happening now in Syria and Lebanon, and unfortunately in this Palestinian occupied territories. So we are here to support, of course, an independent Palestinian state. Both of our countries have been working since decades for that. And now all the French as well as the Saudis understand that there couldn't be any real cooperation and, of course, stability in the Mediterranean without this issue being solved as soon as possible. Now we have a very dangerous period up to the midterm elections in the States, but I believe that we shouldn't wait for that. We have our powers are limited, of course, but we have at least something to say. And the power of the two states in such a situation is something that people look at. And I believe that the common statements at the end of this visit will be something that people in the region will, of course, will wait for and will listen very cautiously.
And just lastly, I wondered if there was one word, one adjective you would use to describe this relationship between Paris and Riyadh, a relationship that, as I said at the beginning, is now in its 100th year. Yes.
You know, we have been through a lot of issues, which, especially after 9/11, which were trying to divide us. But it never succeeded. Now we have been for 1 century two countries which respect each other. And I believe the answer to your question is mutual respect.
Mutual respect. Thank you very much indeed. On that note, we're going to wrap up. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Louis Blin, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for welcoming me.
A single positive intervention can create ripples far beyond the individual, aiming to reach families, communities, and future generations.
I give people trust. I leave room for mistakes.
We help them get a job, whether paid employment or voluntary work.
There is a lot of opportunities to study.
You don't go outside with empty hands.
I started writing songs. It opened doors for me to get into projects in the Netherlands.
What we want to achieve is to prevent any further emotional harm to children caused by their father's imprisonment. And that would certainly be a good thing.
The Dutch experience demonstrates that respecting prisoners' rights and supporting their reintegration to society can play a vital role in reducing crime and creating safer communities.
From headlines to hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon,
should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
We stepped inside the prison to see what life behind these walls really looks like. This is what we saw in prisons of the Netherlands. The Netherlands built a system believing in people's potential and inspired by the butterfly effect, where change often begins small, can be a new skill, education, or activity. Here, a single positive intervention can create ripples far beyond the individual, aiming to reach families, communities, and future generations. In a world where more walls are being built to separate communities, where many countries are constructing new prisons, we see a small country like the Netherlands reducing the number of its prisons, and even converting many of them into museums and cultural or business centers. Al Arabiya English team traveled there to investigate the reasons behind the Netherlands' decision to take this approach. We met the artist, writer, former inmate Rivellino Richters at his organization Criminal Minded in Amsterdam.
I was 13 when I first went to prison, and that was like the end result of getting into a youth gang, engaging in criminal activities. I grew up in an area where it was normal that everybody was involved in crime. I think I stayed on this path till my 16th, so like really focused on it. I think there was a moment in my life I came at sort of a crossroads where I started also getting involved with hard drugs. So is this really the path that I want to pursue? You know, is this who I am? And something inside of me said, this is not what you are. And that was for me like the moment that I started really a soul searching period. Like, what's the meaning of life?
We visited the Juvenile Detention Center in Harreveld, about a 2-hour drive from Amsterdam, where we met Thierry, who had been a resident there and now works in several schools helping rehabilitate young people and with contribution of Rivellino.
In het café met die boys mee praten, maar hij blijft er niet bij. Telefoon die gaat weer over, moet weer back to the grind. Maar mijn auto ging kapot. Pakte weer.
I try to make a positive turn on the things I experience. So I was here like 3-4 years, like I said, and now I'm trying to do something good back, you know, for young people like me who now present in here. That's why I'm here. I'm giving workshops, I talk with them, I make music, so I make music with them and give them tools to out their feelings, if I say it good, you know.
Meer dan 2 jaar boven mijn hoofd, maar het ging niet onder rot. Speelt manager maar mee in de hoop dat het stopt. Alles is nu top.
I try to prevent them from going to the path that I walked. You know, I walked that path, and now I'm trying to make sure other people don't have to go on that path where I was going.
When I woke up, my day has begun.
After seeing how his own transformation inspired others, Rivellino created an organization to help people discover their potential, turn their skills into opportunities, and build a better future using the lessons he learned from his own journey.
You give me reason. You give me the...
I started writing songs, and that was like for me really therapeutic because it opened doors for me to get into projects in the Netherlands, but also outside. And we toured around Europe, Germany, France, Spain, Austria. Whilst doing that, I started discovering that people were interested to hear more about my life story. So I had moments where I just started sharing my story and my experiences. Was it at school, at a, I don't know, festival or church or whatever, or with friends. From that on, my next organization came, Criminal Minded, and that was really like a main focus on youth prisons in Holland, but also prisons outside of the Netherlands.
Another former inmate working with Rivellino joined us to share his journey. This is the story of Yunus Fanani, a man who once served time for serious crimes, but turned his life around and now dedicates his time to helping and inspiring the next generation. Yunus works as a publisher, author, and social mentor.
The book is my life story. It's about my life, how I grew up, how I became a criminal, how I was actually somebody I didn't even want to become, how I did the crazy things I did, why did I do them, how can I come so far from a normal student who was doing pre-university at the highest level here in Holland, how can I become criminal? So it's really also about my own, finding myself, my own identity, who am I?
We accompanied Yunus to the city of Haarlem, going back to the Keupel, which used to be a dome prison. Several years ago, the government sold the prison and its buildings to private investors, who transformed the site into a cultural and community hub, as well as a workspace for small and medium-sized businesses. To Yunus, the site hits different.
I can still feel the prison sense. It is the really, let's say, the structure is really nice. It's really built like modern with workspaces and the bar and the cinema actually. But still, if you look at the walls, the old old structure, yeah, it looks like a really intimidating place. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be here for no money to spend my time, because I hate, let's say, dome prisons. This is dome prisons. It's really, yeah, it's intimidating. It's scary. Like if you go out, like there's so many cells, and yeah, in the same place.
Rivellino now works with both government agencies and private organizations to help young people at risk. He believes that his past as a former inmate gives him the credibility to connect with those who might otherwise reject advice from authority figures. He teaches them how to turn the skills they learned on the streets into positive opportunities.
So I work in Suriname, and Aruba, Bonaire, lately also Brazil, and now I'm preparing to go to Italy to just do some interaction workshops, give lectures, and I'm also thinking about ways to do like more durable projects that can go on when I go back to the Netherlands. I teach them how to perform and get paid. I teach them how to promote themselves, promote their music. Music is for me is like a way to connect with them, and it's a language that they understand.
Following in Rivellino's footsteps, Theo now helps people express their feelings, confront their fears, and channel their passions in positive ways, guiding them away from harmful choices. After years of working with at-risk youth, he has begun to see the lasting impact of his efforts.
I meet a lot of people outside who was here. I saw them when they got free, and they really told me like, yo, Tyro, because of you, I'm thinking different now, you know?
Beyond music, Yunus used the skills he learned through the Netherlands prison rehabilitation programs to build a new life. Today, he is a writer, a social influencer, and a devoted family man.
There is a lot of opportunities to study, to do sports, to learn something inside of jail, to learn a profession, to be something that they don't even only punish you, they also learn you another life, you know. I wrote my book, and then, the first day when my book came out, I sold 1,000 books. So that was really a lot of money, and it was like success on Instagram, also on social media. And now I have a son also from 11 months, almost 12 months. I have now, alhamdulillah, I have a normal life.
These stories were only a glimpse into life after prison. They led Arabiya English to travel across the Netherlands to see for ourselves what life behind prison walls is really like. In The Hague, we visited the Oranje Hotel, a wartime prison that was transformed into a museum in 2019. During the Second World War, the Germans used this prison to detain members of the Dutch resistance. The building continued to function as a prison until 2009, when its condition had significantly deteriorated. The Dutch government then decided to preserve and repurpose the site as part of the country's historical heritage, transforming it into a museum that tells the stories of the Dutch resistance during World War II.
And here we have one cell, which is in an original state. So here you can see all the things dating from the 1940s. So people who were imprisoned here, they wrote things like the dates or the number of the dates they were imprisoned here, or Morse code alphabet, so they can communicate with other people in other cells. In those days, people had to share these cells with around 3 or 4 people.
Our next stop was to meet a probation officer to learn more about how rehabilitation is carried out in practice with young offenders and to better understand the Dutch criminal justice system. There, we met Bart Riedick at the historic Old City Hall in Dordrecht.
I help young people who come from prison in the range from 18 until 27 years old who have committed certain type of crimes, high impact crimes. So these are crimes that have a great effect on the victims. They break into a house, or they rob someone, or they rob a store. The victims, they have a lot of problems after the incident. Maybe in 2016, an opportunity came to work with those young people, and I started to develop methods to work with them, help them. My belief in giving people a second chance.
There's this huge gap between inside and outside. Well, I talk to them myself anyway, and then I try to put it to them like, what do you actually want to do with your life now, right? So not talking about how did you end up here. It's more about looking to the future, like you're here now, right? At rock bottom. What would you like to do with your life? People say, I really want to make something of it. And then paid work naturally comes up pretty quickly.
now we're looking much more in preventing crime than only punishing people who committed a crime. And you have to trust that what you put in will eventually work for the good. So I give people trust, and I leave room for mistakes, leave room for, well, for their own choice.
On the building's upper floor is the city's old jail, where we met one of the young men Bart had mentored. He told us that Bart's care extends well beyond working hours, remaining available even during holidays whenever his mentees need support.
I left prison in January 2021 and decided to take the right path because I had had enough. I saw men in their 40s and 50s in prison who had no money to buy their basic necessities. I heard men crying while talking to their wives and children, and I asked myself if that was what I wanted for my future. Bart helped and encouraged me greatly to continue my studies, and here I am now on the verge of sitting my exams. I got a job. My relationship with my father is good now, and everything is going in the right direction.
To gain first-hand insight into prison conditions, we worked with a Dutch prison systems media officer who arranged interviews with key personnel at several prisons across the Netherlands, including the women's prison in Utrecht. When we arrived there, we found a beautiful historic building that originally was military barracks and a training school for soldiers. During the Second World War, the Germans used it as a wartime prison, and it was later repurposed in 1998 as a women's prison. We met Francesca Solomon, the prison director, who spoke to us about the rehabilitation programs designed for life beyond the prison walls.
Gedetineerden in de laatste fase van hun detentie hier verblijven.
There are 25 inmates in the final phase of their sentence, and they have a special status. They work outside the prison or engage in some activity outside the walls, but they return to spend the night inside. We work on getting them a valid official ID card and on helping them get out of debt by restructuring it. We also try to facilitate their access to health insurance, which may have lapsed during their sentence. We help them get a job, whether paid employment or voluntary work, that prepares them to return to normal life outside the prison walls. We also provide basic education such as accounting or hospitality. They can train here, as you will see in the meeting room, and some train in the kitchen. We try to invest in education, activities, and work. We also take into account the religious backgrounds of inmates when it comes to their food, such as Muslim or Jewish inmates, or those following a specific diet for health reasons.
Pregnant inmates can keep their babies with them for up to 6 months in specially equipped larger cells. They also have access to a private home where they can spend weekends with their children. Beyond supporting family relationships, Dutch prisons provide education and vocational training to prepare inmates for employment after release. In our interviews with several female inmates, we learned that good behavior leads to better living conditions and greater access to programs that help them reintegrate into society.
I work there. I make the sandwiches for the guards, the heads of departments, and then we have, like today, a very big event where all the directors of all the prisons in Holland gather here for some kind of event, and then we prepare dinner, like an evening dinner. Once a year we have a neighbor day, only for a selected group of prisoners. I worked outside the prison, which means I leave the gate, I go to a real job, and then I come back, and I actually sleep here only. Eat, shower, sleep, that's it. Actually, because you can do whatever you want, so you learn how to be responsible for your own actions.
Another inmate who called herself Marina said that she had no personal ambition to pursue education at her age of 67. However, she chose to work in the prison restaurant, choosing freedom of being active over spending most of her day in a cell.
I don't think more needs to be done, and I actually think there's already quite a lot of motivation to encourage you, but I'm allowed to go home with an ankle monitor in July 2023, so then I'll be under, you could say, electronic detention.
The following day, we traveled 140 kilometers to the city of Leeuwarden in the north of the Netherlands. We visited the men's prison and met Timon Brover, the senior officer responsible for organizing the daily affairs of the Fathers Unit.
Decided a few years ago, perhaps 20 years ago, by the minister and the prison directorate that we are going to focus on reducing recidivism and want every prisoner who comes in that he does not come back. That was also one big change in the prison system. Then there are a number of conditions attached to this, such as the reintegration of prisoners, but also the active care provider within the prison system. The matter is not just about punishing the offender and imprisoning them. We also had to think about prisoners' families. How are the children doing? How do they cope with having a parent in prison? And what can we do for them? That is how we established the Fathers and Children wing here. Heavy security barriers and bars on windows frighten children and affect them psychologically. The most important thing we focus on is the child, who is at the center of our work and concern in this program. What we want to achieve is to prevent any further emotional harm to children caused by their father's imprisonment, and that would certainly be a good thing.
Another unique feature of Dutch prisons is that inmates are entrusted with the locks to their own cells. Guards lock the doors at 5 p.m. and unlock them at 9 a.m. After that, inmates can open their cells from the inside and move about freely without asking a guard.
I only have one daughter. I get to speak with her 3 times a week on a video call. Other than that, we're allowed to have once a month a special visit in which my wife and daughter and I get to be in a room where we can have 1 hour together. We can eat, we can laugh, we can play games, we can do whatever we like. It's private, nobody watches us.
We were accompanied by Miriam, a prison officer for 20 years who coordinates communication between inmates and their families and selects prisoners for the Fathers Unit, where inmates must demonstrate a commitment to rehabilitation.
I can see the children have more confidence to have their father behind them, because what happens in their life, they can share it with their father, and daddy have to make an example for his children. If you can't be an example inside the prison, how can you be an example for your child? Being on a daddy wing is more that the time they are inside prison is easier for them.
The mission wouldn't be completed if we didn't meet Monique Schippers, the director of Dutch prisons and the official responsible for immigration affairs. We headed to the Ministry of Justice building in The Hague, where we went through strict security procedures in order to film.
What we're seeing is that over the past years, roughly since the turn of the millennium, we've actually had a decrease in imprisonment. Back then, we had about 14,000 prisoners across the Netherlands in 2000, and now we're down to around 8,000. As I said, more than 10 facilities have been closed over the past years. Some of those have indeed been converted into things like cultural centers or into a hotel, and that also has to do with the fact that alternative sentences are being handed out. We also have many alternative workplaces. It counted as a real job. You can teach, and you also train people in things like diagnosis. We invest in education. Work and activities. And we try to address the psychological problems or addictions that are often the root cause of people committing crimes or reoffending. There is also a system here where inmates receive a signal or alert to help manage their situation.
However, Monique Schippers believes that the 47% recidivism rate is extremely high, which is why the government follows a rehabilitation policy aimed at achieving effective results. She also emphasized that the high standard of living in the Netherlands has undoubtedly contributed to the decline in crime rates. In addition, the electronic monitoring system, using ankle bracelets, has helped reduce the number of prisoners and supported their return to normal life.
We really put a lot of effort into looking at how, on the one hand, you properly assess risks, because society obviously has a right to that, and at the same time, how you can still try to make a positive contribution there to, of course, keep reoffending as low as possible.
When you go outside, you don't go outside with empty hands. You can get out with the necessary diplomas, certifications, degrees.
The prison system general of the state of Netherlands is a good one compared to many other developed countries in the world. I'm not talking about underdeveloped countries, which are referred to as modern countries. In those countries, Netherlands certainly has, if not the best, but one of the best prison systems. It could be catastrophic if what happened to me happened to somebody else anywhere else in the world.
Our visit to prisons in the Netherlands and our encounters with inmates, officers, and rehabilitation specialists offered a remarkable insight into a different approach to justice. What stood out was the emphasis on dignity, responsibility, and rehabilitation rather than punishment alone. The Dutch experience demonstrates that respecting prisoners' rights, maintaining their connection with their families, and supporting their reintegration into society can play a vital role in reducing crime and creating safer communities. Ultimately, giving offenders the opportunity to rebuild their lives may be a more effective path than simply keeping them behind bars.
Now, black sand has become one of the most active homegrown names reshaping Saudi Arabia's skyline. Well, black sand is backed by 75 years of history through its parent company, Al Abdulatif Holding Company. Well, black sand is eyeing a $10 billion development pipeline, which includes villas, mixed-use districts, and hospitality. Well, last month at the Future Hospitality Summit in Riyadh, the company inked a $1.3 billion 10-hotel deal with Marriott, and that includes brands like St. Regis and Autograph Collection. Well, apart from these world-class brands, the deal will also see a distinctly Saudi twist. Farmhouse resorts built around the tradition of istiraha. Well, if you don't know what that means, we'll be explaining it in just a moment. Well, all of this is happening as foreign ownership laws are bringing in external investment, and Vision 2030 is entering its execution phase. Well, I'm here now with Omar Al Abdulatif, who is the CEO of the real estate company Black Sand. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. I want to start by asking you to tell us a little bit about Black Sand. Tell us about the ownership and the overall structure of the company.
Wonderful. Well, first off, thank you for the opportunity, for hosting me right here. Simply put, Black Sand is a real estate development company based out in Saudi Arabia. It's the development arm of Al Abdulatif Group. The group has been in the business for over 75 years, and we've amassed quite a strategic land bank, within Black Sand, let's say, across the years. And given our industrial backbone, let's say, our ecosystem, it was only a number of years ago where after we amassed a strategic, let's say, land bank, we decided why not dive deep into real estate under an institutional banner. Now, with that said, the group has always been involved in real estate. We've always liked real estate. We've amassed a land bank. We have many one-off developments we've done across the decades. But years ago, it was decided, let's come up with our own institutional development engine. That's how Black Sand was born. So Black Sand, in a nutshell, let's say, is a strategic institutional real estate developer in Saudi Arabia, working across multiple different asset classes.
Right, and it says on your website, I was reading about it, it says it's a tech-driven real estate company. What does it mean if you're tech-driven?
I'm a tech guy by heart. So my background is in computer science. I love tech. I've been building computers since I was a kid. And honestly speaking, when we say tech-driven, it's a lot of people like, let's say, throwing labels, tech-driven, investment-driven. We're solution-driven, honestly, first and foremost. And I find that technology solves a lot of problems, honestly, like at the corporate level, at the project level. I mean, I can tell you, we've deployed multiple AI solutions across Black Sand. And a lot of it is due to a company I founded called R&D, Reliable and Dependable. It's a tech firm based on offering, let's say, CTO-level, Chief Technology Officer experience as a service, if that makes sense. And it really helps, let's say, cultivate everything we're doing within Black Sand as well as the group.
Okay, so it sounds like you're riding the crest of an AI wave at the same time.
Pretty much. So across Black Sand, as an example, we're using solutions like ChatGPT, Claude, as well as many others. Just to give you an example, we like using AI security software, for instance, to monitor all the, let's say, security within our developments. It's much more efficient, let's say, than having conventional, let's say, security personnel. It's always on. It's much more on point. And this is one of many examples, let's say, within Black Sand.
Okay. Tell us a bit about your portfolio here in the kingdom. What's Black Sand got specifically? You've given us an idea about the land banks. What have you got?
It's quite a diverse portfolio, so it's spread across around 8 million square meters from east to west. One thing that sets us apart, let's say, from our peers is that we're keen on multiple different asset classes. And to give you, let's say, an insight into what I mean by that, we're big on logistics. If you look at Riyadh specifically, less than 5% of all the logistics supply in Riyadh is grade A, believe it or not. We're a G20 economy. We got big, let's say, goals, ambitions, and there's a huge deficit when it comes to grade A logistics, which is why, as a part of 2030, we want to seal that gap as much as we can. That's just logistics. If you look at hospitality, we're big on multiple different hospitality markets, whether it be Riyadh. The deficit Riyadh is around 100,000 if you're looking 10 years into the future, like by the World Cup. If you're looking at Medina, they'll probably reach around 300,000, a 300,000 key deficit. We're also very keen on emerging markets like Khubar, Taif, as well as urban development and waterfront development. I could go on and on about the different asset classes we're working on. But once again, if you just look at all the different asset classes I named, it's something that sets us apart, let's say. A lot of our peers are focused on, let's say, maybe just resi, maybe they're more into commercial. For us, if it's strategic, we want to do it.
Right, I've seen plenty of headlines with regards to your latest deals and developments here in the kingdom. Just give us a sense of what's perhaps some of the most important deals are that are happening right now.
Yeah, well, recently, a few weeks ago, we did a strategic announcement with Marriott. So Black Sand and Marriott signed a strategic deal in which we are going to develop 10 hotels across 1,300 keys. It's from east to west. 8 are going to be in Riyadh. I won't tell you where the other 2 are just yet. It's a secret, let's say. But it may be a bit out east, if that makes sense. I'll just give you that bone. The St. Regis and the Marriott Hotel are part of a substantial, very, very key master plan. It's our biggest project. It's unannounced yet. I won't give you any details, but there will be an announcement soon enough. But on the other front, let's say, of what is announced, we're working on a project called West Hall. It's right next to Misk in West Riyadh. We're also working on multiple different farm resorts within Riyadh, around 250 keys across 3 resorts. Also, one of our most ambitious projects is a project called Metro One. It's next to the biggest hospital in the country, Sulaiman Al Habib's new hospital. It's going to have a courtyard by Marriott as well as a residence inn, and it's basically stuck to the metro. And it's one stop from Kaft.
Oh, wow. Okay, that sounds exciting. I want to ask you, Omar, and just tap into some of your knowledge of the market. Tell us a bit about the market, what trends you're noticing, what shifts you're noticing, perhaps with regards to pricing, first of all.
Well, one thing I've noticed is that if you look at the actual, let's say, retail market, and by retail I want to just expand, I mean explicitly actual retail, like F&B, as well as conventional showroom retail, as well as retail investors, let's say, or consumers, if that makes sense. What I've noticed is that there hasn't been a significant impact, let's say, at the consumer level, whether that be in terms of, let's say, pricing or even leasing commercial, let's say, units. So one thing we're very proud of is one of our newest developments, Town Center, just opened up in North Riyadh. We were actually showing off the World Cup there. It was quite an interesting month and 10 days. We displayed almost all the matches there, and you know, it was a great achievement because at Town Center, like, it was packed almost every day. You know, and it's very nice to see the neighborhood, let's say, just enjoying something you've developed. But anyway, went a bit off topic. So if you look at Town Center, for example, it was in an emerging area. It was in the north of Riyadh. There was barely any commercial, let's say, developments right there, and yet you had around 1 million people living north of King Salman. You have one of the biggest companies or institutions in Saudi Arabia. The electricity company's HQ is actually based in that district. You have so many homes, so many apartments, and yet not that many commercial offerings. So it was ripe for the taking. And one thing we found that, given everything that's been happening recently, you know, may hear, let's say, people saying, oh, the market's down, this is happening. I can be very frank and say that, thankfully, it has not affected us. And we're actually going in even stronger in the last few months than years past. Like, right, so we've seen amongst the highest rents in North Riyadh, and a completely, let's say, area that was written off by a lot of people. Let's say, like, it's too early, it's not ripe for development. But honestly, we saw the opportunity, we took it, and we're seeing very, very good feedback from the retail market. Like, leases are paying very high rents for grade A developments.
Okay, so we don't want to dwell on this too much, but in terms of the geopolitical impact, you're not feeling too much of that in terms of tensions in the region?
Thankfully, something I can you know, raise my agal to is the strength and stability of the government's security systems. Honestly speaking, like, we're very fortunate to be living in this wonderful country. Honestly, it has not, let's say, shaken the country much, honestly speaking.
I mean, a lot has changed. It's been a very eventful year for real estate in Saudi Arabia. Yes. Notable changes have been changes in foreign property law, foreign property ownership laws here. Has that changed anything as far as you're concerned? Perhaps the profile of some of the people you're seeing who are interested in investing here?
Well, when it comes to foreign ownership specifically, 1 or 2 markets were very keen on, are Mecca and Medina. Yeah, we're invested heavily in Medina. I think it's one of the best markets in the country, honestly. I think it's still not mature enough in terms of, let's say, economics, and I mean that in a good way, as in it's very ripe for investment. You know, there's humongous deficits to the point where even if everyone in the studio started building 1,000 hotel keys each, we wouldn't be able to seal the gap. It's one of the best markets, honestly.
Okay, that's exciting. And you've got something called farm resorts that you're quite interested in at the moment. I was reading about them, and involved in these farm resorts is the concept of istiraha. And I teased that in my introduction. I don't know what istiraha means. Could you enlighten us, please?
I'd love to. It's basically a chalet. So one thing that's very popular, a product, let's say, not just in Saudi, but across the Gulf, is chalets or istirahas. You know, me, you, and a group of friends could just like lease it out for a month or a year and just go hang out there. You know, families could go out for, like, let's say, weekend outings. You know, especially given that in today's landscape, a lot of people, let's say, don't have a pool, if that makes sense. They don't have the luxury of being able to, let's say, go out, whip out a grill and barbecue, let's say. You know, people living in apartments, for example. It's a nice outing. And what we noticed was a lot of the supply in the market was all, or mostly unbranded, let's say. So the idea was we wanted to take the conventional istiraha that everyone knows and loves and pair it with Marriott's expertise. So we're doing 3 autograph collections.
Okay, so it sounds like a sort of a weekend house, a second home kind of concept, maybe what we call a cottage or a chalet in the UK.
Roughly speaking, yeah. It's very popular here.
Okay. I want to ask you, I mean, that's obviously a missing piece of the real estate jigsaw puzzle here in Saudi Arabia, and you're filling that void. Are there other missing pieces that you've detected that you'd like to fill somehow or other?
I mean, look, like I stated in the beginning, logistics is very big for Black Sand. There's a huge deficit. The country needs it. We're looking to support as much as we can. Hospitality as well. We're very big into hotels. All these markets I just mentioned, Medina, Taif, Riyadh. Urban development as well. You know, honestly speaking, you know, with the evolution of the capital markets, I want to take my time with this answer. In years past, it wasn't really, let's say, enticing for someone to build something nice, you know, a true grade A development. Because way back when, if you wanted to look at your exit strategy, you didn't have that many options. I mean, there was the pension, but who else could you name other than the pension, if that makes sense? You know, with the inception of REITs 10 years ago, it really, let's say, helped institutionalize the development landscape more. You know, me and you can go and really, let's say, invest and develop something that is truly grade A, and we'll have a very clear, healthy market that can help us with our exit strategy. You know, REITs can come and, let's say, just procure and just buy out grade A assets. Me and you are comfortable knowing that we have a clear exit strategy. We don't have just like, let's say, a few buyers on that we can count on one hand. It's a truly evolved market. Mm-hmm. You know, you have many, many different REITs in the market. You have many, many private REITs as well. You have many, many income-generating funds. There are a lot of options to exit, let's say. And with that said, you don't have to, let's say, be as concerned with payback. So, for example, if me and you wanted to do a grade A development and we invested a lot of, let's say, CapEx into it, the payback is quite substantial, if that makes sense. If no one's going to buy it, me and you would have to recuperate, let's say, our investment by just waiting, you know, and receiving all the proceeds. Whereas today, once again, going back to the evolution of the capital markets, I can build it in a year, in 2-3 years, stabilize it for 2, and within 5 years, I'm completely exited. So it's really incentivizing, let's say, developers and investors across the country to truly build, let's say, grade A assets.
Wow, it sounds like a really exciting time to be involved in this market in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much. We're going to have to leave there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you coming to see us. Omar Al-Abdelatif, the CEO of Black Sand, thank you very much indeed.
Likewise. Thank you, Tom.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. The Gaza peace process hangs in the balance. Israel has rejected a US-brokered phased approach to Hamas disarmament. Despite a lengthy emergency meeting in Jerusalem, President Donald Trump's son-in-law and special envoy Jared Kushner hasn't been able to get the Israeli government on side. It's cast doubt over whether the Board of Peace has the ability to end the conflict. For more, let's bring in US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Ambassador Huckabee, welcome back to Counterpoints. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Melinda. Great to be back with you. I appreciate the invitation.
Special Envoy Jared Kushner spent reportedly more than 4 hours meeting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday. Are you expecting a breakthrough anytime soon?
You know, I honestly thought we had pretty much of a breakthrough on our meetings when we got together Monday. Tony Blair was there, Jared Kushner, Nikolai Mladenov, who is the head of the Board of Peace. It was a very good day. I read press reports later that talked about that there was disagreement and that there was even confrontation. And I'm thinking, I was in the room the entire time. I missed that. And so from my perspective of actually being there, I don't know where those reports came from, but they weren't quite accurate because, frankly, there was a clear understanding of two things. One, Hamas has to disarm and demilitarize. They have no future in Gaza. That's been the president's message from the very beginning. It hasn't changed. And the second thing was that Israel would be totally within its bounds to defend itself against attacks from Hamas. And while everyone, mostly Israel, would love to pull out of Gaza completely and get back to their own borders, they will only do so when it is safe for them to do it and make it so that their people are not vulnerable to another attack. So that was clear, and everyone agreed to that. And that on that, there was no disagreement at all.
So there may be agreement on that, but we have had the Israeli Prime Minister outright reject this plan that the US has worked so hard to get over the line with Hamas. The US-controlled Board of Peace spent months negotiating with Hamas to get it to accept this phased disarmament plan. As Ambassador, are you disappointed that Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government have outright rejected it?
Well, what they rejected was the newer 15-point plan. The Israelis signed on to, accepted, and continue to accept the 20-point plan that President Trump put forward.
Indeed, that was from September of last year. But this is the US has worked so hard to get Hamas to agree to a disarmament, this phased disarmament. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has now said that that is off the table and has rejected it. Isn't that disappointing?
Melinda, he has not rejected the 20-point peace plan. What he has
rejected the disarmament deal, though, and that is part of this plan. Is that an obstacle?
I would tell you he did not reject the disarmament plan. What he rejects is that Israel would move its borders, that Israel would no longer be taking care of defending itself with the hopes that Hamas would somehow disarm. The point is, what comes first, disarmament or Israel moving? And I think what the Prime Minister has made very clear, Israel is not going to cease defending its people and its property as long as Hamas is fully armed. I mean, I would ask the question, how many guns has Hamas given up so far? The answer, 0. Not one, not a pistol, not even so much as a slingshot. So until Hamas starts giving up weapons, there's no reason to expect Israel to change its posture. And that's really what was the point of the discussion.
But isn't that exactly what President Trump and this 15-point plan is trying to facilitate? I mean, President Trump himself was so proud of getting this agreement from Hamas. As the US ambassador, do you feel like your counterparts in Israel aren't pushing for that same sort of peace?
Oh, no, they're pushing for disarmament of Hamas more than anybody because they're the ones getting shot at.
But they don't seem to agree with President Trump's idea of what it should look like.
Well, his idea of what it looks like, he's been very clear. He's never wavered. President Trump has said Hamas has to disarm, demilitarize, and they have no future in Gaza. I don't know what could be more clear than that.
President Trump has formulated what he considers to be a framework to allow that to happen, and yet Israel is saying it does not agree to that framework. Is that disappointing?
Well, it's not accurate. Israel has agreed to the framework that when Hamas disarms, demilitarizes, and gives up any sense that it's going to govern the future of Gaza, then this peace process goes forward. Phase 2 begins, building and construction begins to happen. But no building can realistically go forward as long as Hamas is shooting people, gathering up rockets and RPGs. Everything hinges upon one move, and that is Hamas honoring what they said they would do. What they said they would do last fall was they agreed to disarm. They agreed to demilitarize. They even were offered by the Israelis amnesty, that they could depart and go to some other country if some other country would take them. But they haven't moved. They haven't disarmed. Not one gun has been given up.
They have agreed to the plan that has been...
Israel has agreed to the plan, but somebody's got to act. Agreeing to it in word, but not doing it, is not doing it at all.
And
so the agreement starts with disarmament.
So even though Hamas has said, yes, we agree to the phased disarmament. They have come out and said that. They've agreed that with the US, and we saw Special Envoy Kushner take that to the Israeli government. So if Hamas is agreeing to disarm, why won't Prime Minister Netanyahu say, OK, let's start the disarmament process, let's get the ball rolling?
That's exactly what he said in the meetings. I was there. I can attest to what he said because I was in the room.
So then why are we hearing from the Israeli government that they are not going to pull back at all until there is a 100% full disarmament from Hamas? That's very different to what President Trump has been pushing for.
I think what we're talking about is we're waiting to see Hamas make any move whatsoever. You've mentioned several times that Hamas has agreed. Well, I can agree that I'm going to jump off a 20-story building and fly to the ground. But agreeing doesn't make that possible, and it doesn't make it reality until I actually take the jump. Hamas has supposedly agreed. They agreed a year ago. But it's been a year, and they've not so much as given up a single rifle not one pistol, not one arm of any kind, and they've continued to shoot, to fire rockets, and to try to build additional military hardware. So if that's disarmament, it's the worst definition of it I've ever seen. Everybody is waiting for Hamas, and I would tell you that that's exactly what was agreed upon and understood by Tony Blair, Nikolai Mladenov, Jared Kushner, everyone in the delegation, and me.
It sounds as if perhaps what was discussed in the room is different to what was discussed with Hamas. Are you anticipating that now we're going to have to see a negotiation on the side with Hamas to try and get them to agree to apparently what was discussed in the room on Monday? Because it seems very different to what was agreed to ahead of that meeting.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I see it as being different. The role has always been disarmament, demilitarization. They haven't done it. They haven't taken even the first step, not a baby step toward it. And I think everybody is waiting for them to give up something. You know, if they would bring 5, 10, 15,000 guns, that would be a beginning point. They probably have a couple of 100,000 guns, but have they given up any of them? No. So when they start doing that, then I believe the process can move forward and there can be real progress. But
on that,
there was no attempt at all to push Israel into a position where it makes themselves more vulnerable to being shot at by Hamas, as long as Hamas is holding every gun they've ever had.
On that, though, Ambassador, we did hear directly from Prime Minister Netanyahu saying, I'm not interested in them handing over guns. I'm only interested if they hand over every single weapon, large and small, in one hit, and then we'll consider beginning this withdrawal process. Does that sounds like a hindrance to the process? You're saying if they start giving up some guns, then maybe the process can begin. It sounds like Prime Minister Netanyahu doesn't agree with you on that.
Well, I think it's a matter of semantics. The Prime Minister is not saying there won't be any progress, that it won't begin. But I think he's saying that if you're asking Israel...
He unequivocally said it will not begin. If they hand over guns, he's not interested.
Yes. What I'm explaining to you is that Israel is not going to move beyond their line of safety as long as Hamas is armed. How many guns does it take to kill an IDF soldier? Just one. So if they start giving up some guns, we're making progress. I can see a future. There could be a real way to bring Hamas down to where they are no longer armed, no longer a threat. When that happens, then everything goes forward, and all of the hopes and the hard work that the president has done to get us to this point could come to fruition. But as long as you have people with loaded guns pointing at the people of Israel, and for that matter, the International Stabilization Force that's also going to be trained and brought in there, they're going to be vulnerable. They don't want to get shot at by Hamas. They don't want to get their arms and legs blown off by Hamas. So everything hinges upon one key factor. Hamas, they're the terrorists. They're not a state. They are a terrorist organization. They slaughtered and massacred over 1,200 people and took 251 people hostage, many of them Americans, by the way. So we care deeply about how this process unfolds, because these people have American blood on their hands, and they raped, they starved, they beat and deprived people in custody and in captivity for over 400 days. This is not going to be something that we just say, we'll trust Hamas because we know they're good for what they say. We know their word is dirt. And therefore, if they don't show some level of progress, some indication that they are serious about keeping a promise that they made, then nobody is expecting the other people who are being on the line, having guns pointed at them, to lay down their weapons and say, go ahead, take me down. It's not going to happen.
President Donald Trump has said publicly, he has urged publicly Israel to stop striking Gaza because he said Hamas is effectively giving up its guns. Do you think Israel should cease its attacks to allow room for this process to succeed?
Once again, it's the chicken and the egg question. And the first thing that has to happen is Hamas has to stop firing at the IDF. They have to stop approaching the line. And then they have to also start giving up their weapons, which I think I've said it now for the third time. so far, not one gun.
But
Nothing.
President Trump himself has asked Israel to stop its attacks. Do you disagree with the president on that point?
The president has said clearly that while he would like to see there be a calm in the region, he also has expressly said, that he fully expects and believes that Israel has a right to defend itself. And if people, whether they're soldiers or whoever it may be, coming to the line for malign purposes, Israel has every right to stop those potential incursions. And Israel is not only doing it for themselves, but if there's going to be any hope that the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, can do its job and even patrol that border, there's going to have to be some recognition on Hamas that we don't trust them. They're going to have to show us. They can't just tell us, because everything they've said, they have not necessarily done. So if they've not done one thing they said they were going to do, let's let them step up to the starting point and show us what they're going to do. That would be a wonderful day that would begin to move us forward.
Let's turn to Syria, because commenting on Israeli strikes on Syria's Abu al-Duhur military base, your counterpart, Ambassador Tom Burges, US Special Envoy for Syria, called it an unnecessary escalation that does not advance regional stability. Do you view Israel's attacks there on that Syrian military base as provocative?
I don't think it was intended to be provocative. They saw the Turkish military moving at a level far further south than they were ever supposed to be. And when Israel sees a military start to build up closer and closer to them, and that military has said, not the military, but the leadership of the country has said, we're going to rebuild the Ottoman Empire and take over Jerusalem, they take that seriously. Now, we can say...
With all due respect, though, President Erdogan is not claiming at all that he's going to put troops in Syria because he's going to take over Jerusalem.
He has made the comment on many occasions publicly that he would like to rebuild the Ottoman Empire and take over Jerusalem. He has said that. So, you know, I mean, that's on the record. Now, is he giving an imminent threat? Maybe not, probably not. But this is a tense region. Everybody is quite nervous. And so if anyone sees actions that they feel like could be a threat to them, there are reactions. Here's what I'm hoping, and I think we can get there, is that there will be a deconfliction cell that will be created. And Ambassador Barak and I talked about this yesterday. We're working on it now so that all of the various parties, Syria, Turkey, Israel, would be able to have a mechanism through which they can communicate and make sure that any intentions are clearly understood. Nobody wants to see an escalation of the tension, an escalation of violence. So every effort is being made to try to temper down any of the activity. And I feel like we can get there. I'm convinced the Syrians
agree, though,
don't
with
want a
Ambassador Barak's? Do you agree with Ambassador Barak's overview that it was an unnecessary escalation? Was there a better way for Israel to have dealt with this?
That's a question you'll have to ask the Israelis, what they saw, what they believe they were threatened with, and why they did it. I can't answer for them.
But as the US ambassador, and you're watching from as the ally, wanting to keep calm and stability in the region, would you have advised them differently?
Well, it's not my job to advise them. I mean, I will certainly respond to things that are in the U.S. interest, but my job is to focus upon how the United States can relate to our partners. That's why Ambassador Barak and I are talking, and we're trying to work toward a way and a mechanism for de-escalation so that we don't have the kind of events like we had the other night.
Are you talking directly with Turkey, and are you anticipating some sort of retaliation from them if this, in fact, was a strike that was more directed at Turkey than it was at Syria?
Well, I'm not talking directly to Turkey because that's Ambassador Barak's job.
Of course,
he
but amongst the group that you said was...
Absolutely. He's certainly having direct conversations with Turkey, absolutely, just like I'm having direct conversations with the Israelis. That's our jobs, and we're doing it. And then we're talking to each other on behalf of the U.S. and trying to do everything we can to bring down the temperature and try to bring some level of understanding, communication, and a prevention of anything from flaring up.
If we turn our attentions to the West Bank, the White House is pushing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to denounce the recent spate of settler violence in the West Bank. Are you disappointed that the Israeli government hasn't spoken out against what you yourself have described as horrific acts of terror?
Well, I'm not sure that the White House has put any pressure on the Prime Minister. I'm not aware of that. I've put pressure on Israel to adjudicate these crimes, and that's what they are. They're crimes, they're acts of terror. I've been very clear about it. I think the tragedy is that of the 500,000 people who are Israeli who live in Judea and Samaria, there may be 300 to 500 people total who are involved in these thuggish activities. And sadly, a lot of them, they don't even live in Judea and Samaria. They're not even from there. And it makes all of the 500,000 people who are living there look bad. And people say, oh, this is all of the settlers. But it isn't. In fact, the governor of the Yesha Council, which is the governing body for the Israelis in Judea and Samaria, has expressly condemned these acts of violence. And so you're seeing government officials throughout Israel be very clear that this is unacceptable. It's not the kind of activity that should be characteristic of a society that values law, and certainly it's not in keeping with the Torah. So for people who are very dedicated Jewish worshipers, this idea that you can go and steal people's land or squat in their houses, burn their cars, steal their flocks, it's not just unacceptable, it's repulsive. So you haven't heard any, what I would call timid reactions from me in my role or from the United States. We've been very clear in condemning these actions and expressing it clearly to the Israelis that this is hurting your cause. It's hurting your reputation. You don't need this right now. You need to get a grip on it. You need to begin to bring consequences to the people who carry out these reckless and irresponsible, provocative actions, and do it soon.
To Iran, the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran has now expired. Are you anticipating a return to full-scale fighting across the region?
Let's hope not. Since I'm going to be right in the middle of it if it starts happening again, I'd prefer not to have any more of that. I've had all of that I need. I've been here a year and a half.
As an expert, though, do you feel like we could be back there?
Great for me not to do it.
Do you feel like we could be heading back there, though, when we hear President Trump saying that there's no real talks underway?
Well, only the president can make that decision. He's the commander-in-chief. He makes the policy. I get the memo, and we live with it. And so will the president give up his patience with the Iranians? He might. He did before, twice. I would say, Melinda, that one of the things that maybe the Iranians don't get, that we have a saying where I come from in America that there's no education in the second kick of a mule. Now, the Iranians have been kicked in the butt twice. You would think that after that, they might begin to learn that President Trump is serious when it comes to taking military action when he thinks it's the only option. He has expressed to them that if they're unwilling to give up their nuclear weapons ambitions and their enrichment ambitions, and if they're unwilling to open up the Strait of Hormuz, then major combat is on the table. Is that what he's going to do? I can't answer that because he is the only person elected and the only person who's authorized to make the decision and then to carry it out. But I trust his instincts. He's had good instincts on this issue. I'm hoping that it's not necessary to go back to a combat operation. But I'm also confident that if that's what it comes down to, that Iran would not be doing themselves a favor by initiating it.
We're almost out of time, but let me just ask you a couple of quick final questions. Saudi Arabia, Pakistan and Turkey have signed a joint defence agreement signed earlier this month. What impact do you think it's going to have on Middle East security and stability?
Well, I think that those three countries believe it will be helpful to them to band together for security purposes. So I don't see it having a destabilizing impact. They don't seem to have a desire to start any conflict. Saudi caught themselves in the middle of a very significant attack from Iran. They were attacked by the Houthis. They understand that they're up against it. So having allies, whether it's Turkey, Pakistan, or anyone else in the region, I'm sure that they welcome that. And let's hope that it doesn't have to become a regional conflict again. But one thing we learned when Iran was engaged against all of the Gulf countries, they indiscriminately were attacking not just military outposts, they were attacking hotels and airports and apartment buildings. They were aiming for civilians in Kuwait, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman, Iraq, throughout the region. And I think they really showed who they were when they did those things, because why would you attack the civilian populations of some of these regions who had never fired a shot at them?
And just finally, very briefly, when I sat down with the Israeli President Isaac Herzog last month, he indicated that Israel could be open to a new, more tailored type of diplomatic normalisation with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, one that exists outside the current Accords framework. Is that something that you think the US would support?
I think we would support anything that brings a greater level of cooperation toward normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. You know who would welcome it the most? Israel would. I hear it from them all the time. It's a benefit, just like it has been for the UAE. The UAE joined the Abraham Accords. It's been good for them economically, militarily, from an intelligence standpoint. I think other countries in the region, if they would look at that model, they would say, it really makes more sense to be on good terms with Israel than be an adversary. There's no advantage in being an adversary. There are lots of advantages in being an ally.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, we're out of time, so we will leave it there. But thank you very much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Melinda, thank you. Great always to be with you. Hope to do it again soon.
That's all we have time for on this special episode of Counterpoints. You can catch our debates and interviews on Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And, of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok for all the latest. We'll see you next time.
To hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English. Trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal. Now, today we're looking at Zoom, which is the world's top video conferencing platform by market share. And of course, it's a company that exploded to fame during the 2020 work-from-home era. Well, now Zoom has just doubled down on Saudi Arabia with the recent opening of its third data center in the kingdom, building on a $75 million investment pledged last year. All of this comes as Saudi Arabia crosses the mid-year mark on the Year of AI. Well, homegrown Humane is actively working towards AI computing, while AWS and Microsoft are racing to build cloud servers. Well, today, Zoom is also more than just a virtual meeting app. It now has an AI layer, which is promising to boost productivity across tasks. Well, here to discuss all of this is Mohammed Al-Kalash, who is Zoom's Vice President for the Middle East, Turkey, Africa, and Pakistan. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. Really appreciate it. Perhaps you could just start by telling our viewers what the scale and scope of Zoom's operations are here in Saudi Arabia.
Hi, Tom, and thank you for having me today. I'm super excited to share this with all audience. We have a lot of operations coming up in Saudi. We got our regional headquarters licenses from CST, which is Communication, Space, and Technology Commission. And we have done 3 data centers locally that it's fully operated. And from operation that we have invested, as you mentioned, $75 million, which is exceeding 300 million riyals, in multiple things, which is the local data centers to support the data sovereignty and to go with the flow with the Vision 2030 of Kingdom of Saudi. And we do invested in our local talents, which is starting with myself and across the team. And now we are having a very big operations when it comes to support the Zoom vision in Saudi Arabia. Luckily that everyone knows Zoom from pandemic, and thank you for the introduction. Now we are becoming more into an AI-first platform that it helps into communication and collaboration. And we are investing so much in building the capabilities from within and empowering Saudi Arabia communication and collaboration from Zoom to have even the AI piece that to be empowered and powered by the local data centers that we do have now.
Okay, you give me lots of things to think about there and lots of things I'll be following up on. You were an early entrant into this market, Zoom. You've made Saudi Arabia a priority for some time. I mean, why is Saudi Arabia such a priority market then?
Let me take you through a very short story how it started. It started with the announcement of His Royal Highness that all technology hubs that needs to be in Saudi Arabia to empower Saudi vision that to be the technology hub across the region. And in 2023, during LEAP, that Mr. Amin al-Nasser, the CEO of Aramco, he announced the partnership with Zoom globally and in Saudi Arabia. And since then that we do have a great partnership with Aramco to build these own capabilities to be powered and localized through Activa project. And alhamdulillah that we have done so many stuff to be in the local market to support this vision. As of today that we have this partnership, we are taking it into the next level. We have the partnership with the government as well, with MCIT for sure, the Ministry of Communication and IT, Ministry of Investment, CST, and DGA. And recently that we have announced about the launch of the third data center in Saudi Arabia under the patronage of His Excellency, the Governor of DGA and the Digital Government Authority.
Okay. So, I mean, I wanted to ask you, I mean, clearly, I said in the introduction, you know, you're, by market share, you're the leading video conferencing platform in the world. Can the same be said of Saudi Arabia and for the Middle East region as well?
Unfortunately, we don't have an accurate statistics when it comes to the local market. Globally, as you mentioned, that we are leading by 55% market share when it comes to video conferencing. Now we are offering more than video conferencing. Everybody knows Zoom as a video conferencing platform. Now we are going into the unified communication and the contact center business. We are leading. We are having a lot of, many users are adopting our technology. And luckily that we have a big partnerships with enterprises and government sectors. And inshallah, very soon that we're going to announce about big announcement when it comes to government and enterprises.
Tell us about AI and how AI is important to Zoom's next chapter. In what ways, in what capacity is AI going to be playing an important role for Zoom?
That's a very good question. AI started as generative AI, right? It's conversational AI, like ChatGPT and other platforms that we know. From Zoom, that we were early adopter when we put the summarization, translations, and these stuff to be part of the communication when it comes. Since that we are moving from a video conferencing and we want to be the AI first platform, that we are putting the communication, collaboration, and innovation. AI is the heart of it. It's at the center of all platforms that we are offering. So everything that we are moving from this conversational AI into converting these actions or data into actionable information. So just imagine with me, if we are having a meeting or a call or even an agent that is receiving a call from a customer, that we can transform this into action. How come? That we can take notes, and these notes can be generating reports through Zoom Canvas, or it can be like integrating through that I want to call you next week. It will create in your calendar a new meeting with a link of Zoom, and then it will remind you how to do it. Definitely that the action points, the notes, the tasks, every single thing, it has to be through this AI that powered your environment. So basically what we are doing, that we are moving from a simple video conferencing platform into taking the whole next level into the action of your life when it comes to work. So this is where that we are AI is empowering our platform.
So a lot of the admin, a lot of the hassle, a lot of that sort of back office stuff, people taking the minutes, people having to do translations. I mean, basically Zoom is creating itself as a one-stop shop that takes away all of those headaches.
Exactly. Now, from this conversational AI, we are taking it now into the workflow AI, which is it can integrate and it can work with other systems. And now that we are talking about the agentic AI, that how can AI understand the goal-oriented, to be a goal-oriented in your workflow and understand what you want to achieve and objectives of the company or your job, and it will help you to function it as is. So our goal here, it's not to replace people when it comes to AI. We want to empower people to do their job with a creative and functional, and to be more effective at their job. So we are putting AI to work for you. It's not like replacing you. And this is where that we are getting a lot of very positive feedbacks when it comes from our customers.
Okay, that makes really good sense, because some people might be wondering, how do you integrate AI into a video conferencing platform? And you've just spelt it out for us there. Saudi Arabia obviously has invested heavily in AI infrastructure. Has that helped you, and has that made the process of expanding your business here in Saudi Arabia all the more straightforward, all the more attractive?
Definitely, because what we have done and with the support of MCIT and CST, that we have been able to get our GPUs to be in Saudi Arabia. So our AI is locally hosted, which means that we are complying with the data sovereignty, data residency, and every single framework that we need to be complying with, SAMA or Central Bank, Aramco, NCA, and other platforms that we need to comply with. And customers, they want to feel that it's a secure platform, that we can work with it because it's complying with and aligning with the Vision 2030. So from a compliance point of view, we have the check mark there. And from a platform perspective, we are leading by far when it comes to experience. And we do offering the video conferencing, spaces, telephony, productivity, employee engagement, employee customer experience as well. And we were talking about the webinars and video streaming when it comes to events. All of this that comes together. And one of the main things that we are helping even companies to grow with our revenue accelerator. We have a revenue accelerator even that it's locally hosted, that it can help customers and even partners to generate more revenue to themselves.
Okay, so I mean, it looks like there are still lots of different directions that you can take Zoom in. I mean, anything you can share with us on the sort of the direction, any gaps in the market that you think in the years ahead are going to be filled by Zoom?
Definitely, that we are putting a lot of focus when it comes to customer experience. I think that we are redefining how things are pre-integrated together, so we can support customers with the best customer experience when it comes to facilitate the isolated islands that they do have. And at the end, the customer and even the new generation, that they want to have a one unified experience. I don't need to chase the organization or the company that I'm working with. So what we are doing here and using AI, the power of AI, that it can help your customers basically, to have fine, unified platform that it can help you with video conferencing, opening tickets, calling backs, taking notes, creating reports, as well as that creating reminders for you and for your customer, and making sure at the end that the customer satisfaction, which is the net present satisfaction and the CSAT, that it comes the way that you want or expecting.
I mean, tech's a really tough market in many ways, because you think about some of the names that have dominated that can be, like you, number one in terms of market share today and almost forgotten tomorrow. And, you know, BlackBerry, Nokia, two names that spring to mind, although they have in both cases bounced back in different ways. So clearly staying ahead is really important. Skype clearly didn't stay ahead, but you've got to stay ahead. What would you say is the biggest threat to you staying ahead in this game?
Basically, I think that Zoom has evolved massively from 2020 till today. We are talking about 6 years old, right? And 6 years ago, Zoom used to be a video conferencing company. Now we are talking about a very big platform. How to be more open to integrate with others. How can you work with others? This is where that you can survive and you can work with other with other platforms. I think customers now, they are looking into having the best of breed. They want to have the best experience ever. The standards are becoming higher. 10 years ago, I would say the one-stop shop, it was the trend, that to go only to one vendor, that it can support you with whatever that you want. Even if you are accepting the experience 50-50, it's okay. But now, since everybody moved into digital sphere and digital era, they want the best of, basically they want things works, right? And this is where Zoom gets in the unified communication as a service and the contact center business, that this is what we do, this is our bread and butter, and this is where that we are putting our R&D investments. So we are always ahead of the game, we are always releasing new features, we are always that we are putting the race differently. And the market share says it all, you know, 55% globally. We are having 300 million users every single day using our platform. This is
including us, I should add. Here at Al Arabiya, we're very dependent on Zoom for lots of things. Not least,
I have seen it, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you.
Not least the interviews that we're doing. I mean, clearly, threats are also opportunities, and there are threats out there for every business. But in your sector, will be things like cybersecurity, deep fakes. I mean, do you think part of staying ahead in this game is proving that you are ahead of those threats?
We do integrate with a lot of cybersecurity platforms, and as I mentioned at the beginning, that we have the data residency and the check marks of every single compliance sheet that it needs to be there. So from cybersecurity perspective, I think that we are very, very advanced, and we are open to integrate with any platform that you do have. So there is, especially in the Gulf region, there is a lot of government initiatives when it comes to cybersecurity, like a local OTPs, a local multi-factor authentication, that we can integrate with it easily.
And just last, I want to ask you a bit about talent. Obviously, Saudiization, something we talk about a lot on this program. I gather you've got 25 staff as things stand right now. You're planning to hire more. Just tell us how the future looks with regards to staffing numbers, and very interesting where they're from.
Yeah, so alhamdulillah, that almost that we are opening new openings every month. As of today, that we are 25 plus to 30. I don't have the exact number, but by the end of the year that we're supposed to reach 40 plus. Our Saudization rate is 85%. We're focusing on the local talents big time. And we are heading to have more operations, as much as that signing up more great partnerships with the government and the enterprises, just to support our vision here. We are having a very good example with Aramco. We have done a very, very great partnership, and we are supporting and delivering the service to Aramco and now Aramco affiliates. And we are having a very great news that in the coming soon, we have a partnership with now PIF, we have with the government that we're going to announce something very soon as well. So we have spent almost the past 24 months focusing on putting the bases and the basics of Zoom to be delivering on the coming long-term relationship. So Saudi Arabia is not a market that we want to serve, that we want to have a long-term relationship with. We want to serve government and enterprise and have this long-term partnership for the coming at least 10 to 15 years.
And given that this is a country with such a young population, a tech-savvy population, it's a country where there is this top-down initiative to invest heavily in AI, in tech. Does that mean you're finding with ease the kind of talent that you need in this market?
We do. And one of the things that we are getting the big support, because the young generation and now the government is being very agile, that they want to have the new trends. So we are talking more now about virtual branches, virtual clinics, virtual hospitals, virtual classrooms, and even from perspective of delivery, that the application that they want to deliver either food, gaming, industry, sports, many activities that we are doing, and even the central government services. Everyone wants to talk to somebody, can see or can feel the experience. And this is where Zoom comes into the picture, that from virtual branches or virtual offices that we can support fully, from virtual healthcare, that I think we are the dominant in the healthcare sector now in Saudi, because if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on the numbers, I think 80% plus of the current applications are using Zoom. We are having the education sector is basically, this is where that we flourish globally. 48 out of 50 universities in US are using Zoom and utilizing Zoom platforms. I don't have an accurate information about Saudi yet, but maybe next time that we will be more ready with the local information about statistics. And we are having now the central government, how can I talk to agents, how the agents can talk to me. People got bored of waiting for 15, 20 minutes under IVR, right, the contact center or the call center. They want to talk to somebody who can see and can interact with it. And this is where AI helps, that we can use our avatars, our agentic AIs. How can we take this into virtual experience, that it will be full experience with the virtual agents? So you can basically interact with someone that you don't even notice that it's not a human.
Okay.
And this is where that AI piece that is coming.
Well, it sounds like a very exciting journey ahead of you all at Zoom, and we wish you the best with that. We're going to have to leave it there, we're out of time, but thank you very much indeed, Mohamed Al-Kalash, the Vice President for the Middle East for Zoom. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for hosting me and for your time.
Well, I'm joined now by Paulo Uchoa, who is the Brazilian ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and a close friend of Humberto. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, and my condolences for the loss of your friend. And I wondered, before we talk about his work, whether you could tell us a bit about Humberto as a person.
I would say that Humberto was a very peculiar person, because he, at one hand, he was very private, and he always wanted to maintain a very invisible personality to the world, but he was a person that had a very unique ability to connect to people, and very important people, and he was very determined to do the best he could do in his job. So he was both very private but very professional in what he did.
And his connection to Saudi Arabia was extremely strong, and that was very evident talking to him. He lived here, he died here, he's now buried here. How did that strong connection between a Brazilian man and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia come about?
Because I have been friends with him for 23 years, and I had the chance to speak continuously about his experience here in Saudi Arabia, I would say that the connection was almost a coincidence of destiny. He came here in 85, or around 85, to participate in an exhibition at the very beginning of his career, and he never left. And he remained here for what I know, 41 years. And he did an incredible work in documenting Saudi Arabia from various perspectives, as you said in your introduction. But I don't think that it was anything that he ever planned. I think it came accidentally in his life. He saw the opportunities, he was passionate about the country, and then he embraced his destiny.
And, you know, he captured and documented Saudi Arabia over the decades, capturing The kingdom's transformation from, 1980s to where it is today, what do you think his contribution was to this country?
It's difficult to say whether there is anyone else that has a work that covers Saudi Arabia as comprehensively as he did. But because very early in his career he developed a passion for the country and for the culture, he traveled the country from north to south, east to west. He visited communities. He photographed archaeological sites. So he was curious about everything. And he managed to develop one of the most incredible network of contacts I could have witnessed in this country. And I've been also coming to Saudi Arabia for the last 20 years of my career. So it was very impressive to see, this aspect of his personality.
And as I said in the introduction, his funeral service was held yesterday. It was presided over by very senior Saudi royalty. And I wondered what that tells us about how appreciated he was here.
I think Umberto was indeed very appreciated. I think the quality of work that he produced over the years is what made people look at him. I think that although he was a person with some peculiar behavior, I think he was also a very charming man, and he was a very warm man. So all of this together in one person, Umberto, made him very popular, and he did developed this incredible network from various fields of Saudi society.
I've seen several examples of his work, and we've been showing some of them to our viewers on the screen as well whilst we've been having this conversation. But I wondered if you could tell us a bit about his technique, his approach to his work, and the subjects that he captured.
He was a very meticulous photographer, from what I can say. He was detailed-oriented. He was never satisfied with second-best options. He would take as many shots, and he would go back to the place as many times as was necessary, and he would not give up until he, in his mind, thought he had gotten the perfect shot. So I think this is what makes his work so compelling, because when we see something that he finally decided to present, either in a book or in the format of a photograph, it was really the best he had to offer.
And I've seen examples of his work at the Brazilian embassy, and I just wonder whether there's one of the pieces that's hanging on the walls of your embassy or your residence that is one that you particularly appreciate.
Everything that I see about his work, either in books or on walls, usually I am very much seduced and I'm very much attracted, and I'm a big admirer. But I think there's one piece that now sits in my office at the embassy, not at the residence, which is one of these views of part of the desert that surrounds Madain Saleh Alula, which is very nice, and it's probably, from everything that I've seen, my favorite piece.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, is there an anecdote or a vignette from your encounters with Umberto that's going to perhaps be forevermore in your memory?
What was interesting and funny to watch in his behavior was when people approached him to take a photograph with him. Umberto never liked to be photographed. And the public explanation that he gave for that is that what was important in photography was what he produced, not he himself. Maybe there was something else that made him not like to be photographed, but this is what I was with him many times when people came and asked to take pictures with him, and he always refused, saying that not him, but the sceneries he photographed.
Well, I was one of those people who asked to take a picture with him, and he did not oblige with me, but I also have lasting memories of him. Thank you so much for coming in to talk to us today. Ambassador Paulo Shoa, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal. Today we're talking tech and entertainment. Saudi Arabia's gaming sector is rapidly nearing its Vision 2030 target of 250 studios, 40,000 jobs created, and a $13 billion contribution to the country's GDP. Well, the region's esports ecosystem keeps growing, the latest indication of which is Riyadh hosting the Esports Nations Cup in November. That's in addition to the Saudi-founded Esports World Cup, which went global this year in Paris. Well, international and domestic appetite for consoles, gaming, entertainment and tech is surging, and few companies are as exposed to this as Sony. From the PlayStation to Sony Music, cameras and television, the business is all in to take on shifting consumer needs. Well, today we're joined by Sony's Middle East head to talk about regional expansion, esports strategy, homegrown talent, and where AI fits into Sony's next chapter. We're joined by Jobin Jojo, Managing Director of Sony Middle East and Africa. A very warm welcome to the programme. I wondered if we could just start by talking about Sony's current presence in Saudi Arabia and the wider GCC region, and maybe tell us a bit, if you can, about your plans for expansion in this market.
So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has always been at the forefront when it comes to adopting new technology and innovations with its young, tech-savvy population. To stay connected with our consumers in Saudi Arabia, we have recently launched our e-commerce platform, which is sonyworld.sa. This gives access to our consumers in Saudi to our latest product launches, our product offerings, as well as various membership benefits. This, together with our trusted network of retail and distribution partners, provides seamless shopping experience to our customers, whether they want to buy online or from physical stores. Beyond consumer electronics, Saudi Arabia is also a key market for us for our digital imaging and professional solutions business. For more than 25 years, we have been working with the Saudi Broadcasting Authority, providing professional broadcast solutions that have supported the kingdom's evolving media landscape. More recently, Sony was selected as a preferred technology partner to provide professional imaging solutions for major sports productions, including the Saudi Pro League, further demonstrating the confidence placed in our technology and expertise. Looking ahead, our focus remains on strengthening partnerships, expanding across various products, and creating experiences that continue to meet the evolving needs of Saudi consumers and creators.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that introduction. I wonder if we could talk a bit about esports now, because, of course, the World Cup is something we've been keeping a very close eye on, the Esports World Cup in Paris. How does that fit in with Sony's broader gaming and esports strategy in this region?
So we are proud to be a founding partner of the Esports World Cup. This is not just a sponsorship for us, it's the real testament of how important it is for us to support the gaming and esports needs across the region. Saudi Arabia has a young, passionate gaming community, and esports is an integral part of this culture. Looking ahead, our strategy in gaming and esports isn't a one-off activation, it's about consistent presence. With each product launch, we want to be able to cater to different gaming needs. To support this increased demand, we have created and introduced our in-zone gaming range, designed specifically for gamers at various budgets without compromising on the immersive gaming experience.
Okay, exciting stuff. Now let's talk about talent here in Saudi Arabia, and I wondered what initiatives Sony's got in place to try and promote Saudi talent in areas like music and photography, and what sort of programs you've got in place to achieve that.
So Saudi's music scene, I would say, is incredible right now, with the rise, whether it is the rise of homegrown talent, artists, or the growth of live events, or simply how music has become central to everyday life. This really kind of aligns with our Alt Power Sound series product range that we have launched, where the lineup includes wireless speakers and noise-canceling headphones designed to keep up with the energy of music which people are listening to and creating. When it comes to the photography and content creation part, an important initiative a few years back, is our Alpha Universe platform dedicated to supporting the growing community of photographers and filmmakers through various events, workshops, as well as shared creativity. In Saudi specifically, we have hosted hands-on workshops led by local Saudi photographers and filmmakers, covering everything from documentary to portrait photography to cinematic lighting and product photography. Over the last couple of years, we have also supported female content creators through our Alpha Femme workshops.
Okay, just a reminder there of just how broad Sony's reach is in so many different sectors and subsectors. Let's talk a bit about trends here in Saudi Arabia. What sort of trends are you noticing from consumers, and what do they mean for Sony's strategy moving forwards?
So we are seeing this playing out in several ways. At home, there's a rising demand for premium entertainment experiences as consumers try to bring home cinema kind of experience into their living rooms. In gaming, Saudi Arabia now would be the leading market across the Middle East with over 23 million gamers, and that passion is driving the demand for high-performance gaming devices. The creator economy is rapidly growing too, increasing demand for professional cameras and content creation tools as more people across the region build careers around content. These trends closely align with Sony's strengths across our product categories, allowing us to deliver technologies that meet the changing needs of consumers and creators alike. Understanding our consumer needs and bringing in products to meet their needs has always been at the forefront of our strategy in the region.
Okay, so consumer trends changing all the time, and clearly AI is a huge part of what all consumers are engaging with and relying on to a greater extent. I wonder how AI is shaping Sony's products and operations, and what does that integration look like in practice?
So AI is not something new to Sony, and it has always been an integral part of our DNA. In home entertainment, our Bravia TVs are equipped with Sony's proprietary XR processor. The technology goes beyond conventional AI, and it analyzes, let's say, pictures and recreates pictures the same way that humans can see and hear, bringing the creator's intent to life. In digital imaging, Sony's advanced AI capabilities enable our cameras to track fast-moving objects, be it people, animals, or even vehicles. This intelligent automation optimizes autofocus and exposure settings, ensuring the best possible shot in every situation. Additionally, we have also taken a proactive approach of developing our own enterprise LLM, which is a secure web platform designed to help our employees safely explore generative AI while enhancing their AI literacy. This initiative ensures that our teams can harness AI responsibly and effectively.
Okay, so AI sounds like it's really central to so much of what you're doing. We talk a lot about gaming on this program, which might surprise some people, but gaming is a major strategic priority for Saudi Arabia. And I wondered how Sony is contributing to the growth and the success of Saudi Arabia's gaming sector.
I mean, I would say gaming is one of the clearest examples which continues to play a strategic priority in the kingdom. And that ambition matches exactly where we have been investing as a company. We introduced our in-zone ecosystem into the market, including gaming headsets, monitors, as well as gaming accessories, built specifically for competitive gaming and not just a normal consumer use. We are closely working with local talent to make sure it performs at the level that the market demands. Our collaboration with Team Falcons is a great example, being one of the leading esports organizations both in the region and globally. They give us real ground level feedback on our in-zone products. Our products aren't just tested, they are tested and refined by players that the gear is built for. Beyond products and partnerships, it's about contributing to the wider ecosystem, supporting the infrastructure, talent, and culture around gaming through various tournaments and initiatives.
And what about your alignment with Vision 2030? Where do you see Sony sitting within that vision?
Well, Sony is committed to supporting Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 ambition and to contributing to the kingdom's innovation agenda and creative economy. Through our technology, our entertainment ecosystem, and our strategic partnerships, we are aiming to support the continued growth of the local market. An example of this was the partnership with the Ministry of Culture to set up and operate the Jack Studios, which is one of the largest virtual production studios in the world using Sony's crystal LED displays. Our senior management in Tokyo is in regular discussion with top executives across various key institutions in KSA to explore and finalize on opportunities that support localization, nurture local talent, and contribute to the long-term growth of Saudi Arabia's technology infrastructure.
Okay, just looking forwards, I wonder how in 5 years from now you'll measure whether or not your initiatives have been successful. I mean, are there any metrics or targets that perhaps will give us the strongest indication that Sony's strategy in Saudi Arabia has succeeded?
If I had to pick just one metric 5 years from now, I would point to how embedded Sony has become in the everyday creative and entertainment life of people here. And evidence to this would be either the global launch of a product in Saudi before it's released to the rest of the world, or an introduction of a product that has been specifically designed for the Saudi market. I think the day we see one of the two happening, we could proudly say that we have succeeded in what we have set out to achieve in the local Saudi market.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much indeed, Jobin Jojo, the Managing Director of Sony Middle East and Africa. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
President Trump has said he'll launch tougher economic measures against Iran and will do the same to any other country that helps Tehran. Taking to Truth Social, he said he was launching the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. I'm also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster and Olympian Samantha Murray, who's here in the studio with me, and news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, who joins us from Dubai. Sam and Shane, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Sam, I want to start with you, because what do you make of President Trump's threats to countries who give any type of lifeline to Iran?
Yeah, I think this is a significant escalation, because essentially Trump isn't directly talking to Iran anymore. He's now connecting with the rest of the world and essentially putting the world on notice as well. He's talking about an economic D-Day, targeting like oil smuggling, cash transfers, and anyone who provides Iran with an economic lifeline, essentially. We're still not exactly sure of what the details or the finer details of the economic consequences of this will look like right now. We're still waiting for that to be released. But I think an important country to watch here is China. China, of course, buys the bulk of Iran's oil. It's around 80%. So if Washington aggressively targets countries trading with Tehran, this could quickly become more than just the US and Iran. It can also become a US and China escalation as well. So Trump can see that Iran is economically vulnerable right now, and the financial isolation will hurt Iran even more, he hopes. But there's a risk in all of this, as we don't know how Iran will respond in terms of its connections with allies further afield in the world, and geopolitically how this could play out. So is it going to bring Iran to the diplomacy table under Washington's requests and how they would like it to play out? Or is this going to create a further distance in terms of not just Iran itself, but economic confrontation on a global scale?
And also, you have to think that for decades and decades, Iran has evaded really strong economic sanctions against the country. It's made alternative plans and it's been able to survive. And Shane, let's just bring you into the confrontation, because what Sam's saying there, a direct confrontation with China could be on the cards, but also economic warfare could take a really long time. And we know Donald Trump wants to find an off-ramp when it comes to this war, because the economic warfare could be much slower.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I was just looking at the latest on the news wires, and the Treasury Secretary was saying that this will be the toughest sanctions ever, which is a very sort of Trumpian, sort of hyperbolic phrasing. But we haven't got the nitty-gritty details of how the sanctions are actually going to be imposed on Iran or the countries that trade or do any business with it. And I think it's going to be fairly complex for them to implement that, because as you just said, Iran is expert at getting around these sanctions for the last couple of decades. But if you also look at China as well, a lot of its oil that comes through, it goes to sort of like Malaysia or Indonesia, and then it's reclassified. So it's going to be difficult for the Americans to clamp down on China getting more oil. But I think actually what the sort of offshoot of this and the main benefactor could actually be Russia, because I was looking at the numbers and in terms of who is buying Russian oil, and China has increased its purchase of Russian oil, and it'll probably increase that again now because of sort of these threats from Trump and Washington, and also India. And you may remember, Leigh Ann, months ago we were talking about Trump was saying that India has to stop buying Russian oil because he wanted to have stronger sanctions on Moscow. So, well, India is also buying more Russian oil because it can't get oil from the Gulf or from Iran. So I think, unfortunately, it may be bad news for Zelensky in Ukraine, but very, very good news in Moscow, watching what's happening and unfolding with the Iranian conflict at the moment.
Yeah, that is a really good point. And the US also telling their allies, so we heard from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, with us or against us on planned economic isolation for Iran. So, Sam, in many respects, this means that other countries will have to join America in this push to isolate Iran.
Exactly, it's a pressure tactic. However, what we saw today was the price of Brent by the barrel went up to $94. So the markets have reacted to this sort of sense of they don't know how this is going to play out. And really, there's a lot that we don't know about the connections, the relationships, the conversations happening on a global political scale here with Russia, China, and other potential allies with Iran. So it's going to be interesting. It might lift the veil and offer some transparency on the things that we just simply don't know about Iran. And that in itself could be an opportunity. There is a risk here in what Trump's doing. And indeed, the economic D-Day was criticised today by the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, and he said that this was just essentially rhetoric from America to turn our viewpoint away from Iran and to turn the viewpoint away from the economic problems at home for the US, as they're in around $40 trillion of debt right now, which is just incredible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about that, Shane, because, of course, Iran, as Sam says, calling it economic terrorism and said it's just trying to distract from those problems at home. So the US is just battling this crazy national debt. Should it be focusing more on domestic issues and domestic finances?
Well, the usual sort of political theory is going that if you're struggling in your domestic politics, go to war, and that will take the distraction off. But I think the problem with this Iran war is that it's because it's oil and energy related, that's feeding back into economic struggles for sort of the MAGA base back home. But I think we should put this into context. Yes, there's reports that US debt is going to rise to 40 trillion. And just to be balanced, when Trump came in on his first term, it was at around 20 trillion. It went up by 8 trillion during his first term. But then Biden went up by 8 trillion as well. So, and we're halfway through pretty much the second Trump administration, and it's gone up about 4 to hit around 40. So I think, Trump is just doing what he did in the last term, and he's just doing what Biden did. And a lot of the reason for a lot of this debt is to do with COVID and the inflation that resulted from COVID and interest rates going up. But the big, massive difference at the moment is that the interest rates and the financing of this debt has gone up considerably from when it was around about 2% in the first administration, and it's up to about 3.5. So yes, you can say like he's just doing what Biden was doing, but it's going to cost them a lot more, and the interest rates are going to impact at the same time when there's a cost of living crisis and there's an energy crisis. So I think that is all going to play into with the midterm elections coming up, and it's probably a very smart Iranian tactic to squeeze this as long as they can in the run-up to the midterms, and it might just force Trump and Washington back to the negotiating table.
Former Ukrainian Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov, who was sacked, has called for wartime elections. It's been called the biggest challenge to Zelensky's presidency since Russia's full-scale invasion. In an address posted on YouTube, he argued the nation faced a crisis of governance. Take a listen.
Democracy cannot be held hostage by Russia. We must find a lawful, safe and realistic mechanism that would allow Ukraine to restore a fully functioning democratic process, even under conditions of a long war. We are facing a systemic governance crisis. The old system lives by its own rules too often. It protects itself, fears change, makes decisions slowly, and may punish the initiative while rewarding loyalty.
Gemma, let's come to you first here, because what is the background between Fedorov and Zelensky? And can you tell us why there's been so much animosity over the last few months between both of these men?
For me, it's the kind of animosity that can only come from knowing someone so well. Obviously, it's an interesting mix of personal and professional because the pair were once allies. And Fedorov was actually one of Zelensky's proteges. But their feud has evolved into a power struggle now over how Ukraine should be governed and how the war with Russia should be fought. So Fedorov was one of the key figures in Zelensky's cabinet. He started out as an advisor to Zelensky following the 2019 Ukrainian presidential election, and then he became Minister of Defense in January this year. Now, he became very well known and very well liked for, modernizing Ukraine's government and military. He was a big advocate of use of technology and drones, and he was never, originally seen as a rival to Zelensky. Now, this changed when Zelensky dismissed him as defense minister in July, and because it was such an unexpected move, and his supporters, it triggered protests. People took to the streets, and they were demanding his reinstatement. Such was his popularity. So he also another reason why he fell out of Zelensky is Fedorov was pushing a very technology-first, decentralized form of military, and he brushed up against the then army chief. So it put Zelensky in a very difficult position between the wishes of his defense minister and his military command structure. So that, as fed into the animosity also. Probably one of the most sensitive parts of the whole situation is that Fedorov, became too politically powerful, and his popularity has been increasing. Now, he was offered another government job when Zelensky relieved him of his position, but he turned it down. He said it did not give him as much authority as his previous job. Now, the reason I say that, this feels quite personal is because it's very much, when the student becomes the master, when your protege begins to question you, that's where a lot of the animosity and a lot of the bad feeling has come from.
And Dr. Ellie, when Fedorov was actually sacked by Zelensky, we've seen protests on the streets of Ukraine since then, because lots of people were asking the question, why are you sacking the man that's basically winning us the war? Because we saw Ukraine on the front foot when it came to Fedorov in that defense minister job. But it's interesting because we've actually not heard from Zelensky yet. But could we legitimately see Fedorov challenging him for power at some point? Because essentially the country is still at war and martial law's in place, so elections cannot be held.
Well, I do believe we need to look at this from both sides in a sense. From one side, we have the amounts of flow of money and military equipment and all of that has been coming into the country, and all the potential allegations of corruption that we have seen, all the people that were accused of corruption within the close circle, including Deputy Chief of Staff recently from his office yesterday. We have seen a lot of problem on how the small group around Zelensky have been managing the war in the broader sense. We have heard a lot of problems with that, and including a lot of criticism about Zelensky's way of running the show specifically, how democratic it is, how wise his decisions are. Could we have avoided this whole war? And this is all very normal in situation of war. Also very normal in situation of war is to see potential mythical heroes that come up, even if they haven't fought, even if they haven't achieved extraordinary things. People tend to see a certain figure as a savior, as a potential leader, because they simply have this image. And of course, Fedorov has, first of all, he's a 37-year-old, so he's young. He is close to the army personnel age, which has been dropping due to the constant need for younger and younger soldiers to be recruited. He is very charismatic. We can see even in the video, it is well set, it is well prepared. It's not something that is random or sudden per se. He has prepared this video, as we can see. So it seems that definitely he has intentions to go beyond or continue on this path and potentially challenge Zelensky to the presidency, if not immediately, whenever that becomes possible. Now, is elections possible in a situation of war? We can say yes and no. Legally, it might be legal to keep postponing the elections, but what about the popular legitimacy? What about the need to have legitimacy for any agreement once we have an agreement for peace? What about the popularity of the president? What if the people don't trust him anymore? You've told me, Leigh Ann, before that you've seen polls saying that he still has around 50% of popular support. How do we do this poll? If we do this poll, can't we do election votes in the same way? Technically, it's a nightmare. It's going to need a lot of reassurances. Zelensky previously has commented that those who request us to do elections need to guarantee the security of the people and of the process, and then I will do it, which is also not feasible. So it's a very complex situation, but definitely two things to keep from this. Fedorov is a person to keep an eye on for future roles. And the second very important thing is that Zelensky can no longer continue to disregard all the criticisms to himself and to his closer team.
But Gemma, I've just been listening to what you've been saying, Dr. Eli, yes, and polls, and I was speaking to a Ukrainian MP a little bit earlier who says Zelensky has about 50% support in the country right now. So there's still broad-based acceptance of Zelensky. And really, Gemma, when we look at this war between Russia and Ukraine, we're seeing almost daily attacks back and forth. Russia's hitting Ukraine, Ukraine's hitting Russia. And right now, on an international stage, Zelensky has become the face of Ukraine. And I wonder if it's wise to have an election now while we're still in this difficult position in the war.
I am of the mind that it isn't. I think it would add further turmoil. I also think, obviously, you know, that there are rules in Ukraine. You can't have, you know, an election when martial law has been declared. And I wonder if an election would also play further into Russia's hands. You know, they can start declaring that this election is illegitimate. You know, they can sort of, you know, and who knows what kind of interference they might be able to, exert over that, given that there is credible information that they have previously exerted, previously exerted influence over other elections globally. I think that it is a direct challenge to Zelensky. I know Fedorov has said that he is not going to be running for president, but, the video is pretty clear. But for me personally, no, I think now is not the time. But as Dr. Ellie has pointed out, when will be the time? Zelensky does have to make a call at some point and say, okay, this is my intentions for, when elections are going to happen. Because at the moment, he's sort of not setting out his stall and he's not giving any sort of further information.
And Dr. Ellie, I just want to get your thoughts on that, because could this play into Russia's hands? And I think there is an argument that many people would say, when is Russia going to hold free and fair elections? Because obviously we saw the death of the opposition leader, Alexei Navalny. So, Russia also has its own domestic issues to deal with.
I mean, President Putin has ruled Russia, to remind ourselves, since 2003. And even 2001 practically. So it's been already 23 years with different manipulations of the constitution. But more importantly, as you said, Leigh Ann, with either disappearance or accidents or assassinations or exile of any potential opposition. So definitely Russia is not the one to, theorize or to preach about democracy. That's a given. I definitely also agree with what Gemma said. There has been significant and practical and real Russian influence on any Ukrainian election in the past 30 years. But again, the aim, if we are thinking about the Ukrainian people, is to have a legitimacy for the leadership and for any potential decisions to stop the war or to continue in the war, because any decision is a very expensive decision that the people of Ukraine are paying the price for. So whoever is taking the decision needs to be accountable to the people of Ukraine.
And a criminal court in Syria has sentenced the cousin of ousted leader Bashar al-Assad to death after convicting him of crimes against humanity. The court found Wissam al-Assad guilty of taking part in the killing and torture of civilians. Bashar al-Assad was also sentenced to death in absentia a week ago. Michael, how connected do you think Wissam al-Assad was to the Assad regime? And what do you make of this sentencing? Because it comes just days after Bashar al-Assad and was sentenced for the same thing to death.
So he's about as connected as you can get to the regime. He is an al-Assad. He is a family member. In fact, specifically, he's a second cousin of the former president. And this is one of the situations that will develop, certainly in a regime like the Assads. Now, remember, it was also Hafez al-Assad who came to power in November of 1970. So the Assads have been in power for 52 years. How do you stay in power for so long? You make sure that the people that you surround yourself with can be trusted. And who are the people that can be trusted the most? Their family members. And this is what Wasim is. He is a family member. Now, as you said, the Fourth Criminal Court of Damascus has sentenced him to death for premeditated murder and also for torture. And we have to expect that while the court itself needs to appear to be legitimate in the eyes, not just of the international community, but I think more importantly for Syrians, because Syria, there are so many different, not divisions, but there are so many different loyalties within the country. There are Christians, there are Druze, there are Alawites, of which the Assads are a part of, there are Sunnis, and there are Shia Muslims. And with a country that has so many different concerns, so many different sects, you have to make sure that you're doing something. If you're a criminal court, you have to make sure that you're doing something that's going to be perceived by in most of those communities as something that is legitimate. So while the knee-jerk reaction might be that he's an Assad, of course he has to die, that's not the best in the short term, or I would argue in the long term. So he was a family member. He has been sentenced to death. And I think that because of the role that he played and because of his proximity to power, to the regime, I think that this was probably the one sentencing that we could all pretty much envision happening.
And Alex, you know, we spoke about this recently on the show when Bashar al-Assad was sentenced in absentia because, of course, he's in Moscow at the moment. But Lebanon has also handed over a former Syrian general under the Assad regime. And I just wonder, what's the likely outcome here? Because Lebanon is now also abolishing the death sentence. So what can we expect?
So when the former regime fell, anybody who was connected to the regime who didn't have the influence or the money did not make it to Russia. That was effectively the first choice for Bashar and his family to go to, and those around him, the inner circle. Many others who were connected with the regime went to Lebanon. And you've got to remember the history between Lebanon and Syria. So Hafez al-Assad, Bashar al-Assad's father, said, you know, one of the best-known phrases in the Arab world, which is Shab Wahad fi Baladain, so basically one people in two countries. The Syrian army was in Lebanon until 20 years back after the death of Rafiq al-Hariri pushed them out. There's a big Syrian refugee population in Lebanon, up to 1.5 billion people. The borders are porous, so many Syrians would have fled. Many people from the former regime would have gone over to Lebanon. And given, even though Lebanon is a very small country, it is still, terrain is mountainous. It's easy to essentially be in places where you are not going to be found, especially in the east of the country, which were areas which were controlled by, or still controlled by, Hezbollah, which was, again, allied or close with the former regime. So, you know, there are a lot of people suspected to be in Lebanon. The government is ensuring or pushing for anybody with ties for them to be extradited because they want to build ties with the current Syrian government. But in terms of the piece about the death penalty in Lebanon, Lebanon effectively had a moratorium on death sentences since 2004. They've become the first Arab state to ban the death penalty. So I think what they've already agreed with the Syrian government, anybody they arrest is going to be extradited to Syria to face justice. And that's very much what the Syrian government is pushing for as well. They want to make sure that anybody who is found in Lebanon who has ties to the former regime is sent back home to face justice.
And Michael, we talk about the situation in Syria at the moment, and some critics would come out and say the Syrian justice system is just 2 years out of the Assad era, and lots of questions have been asked about that. And obviously, we've seen a number of people linked to that regime now up for the death penalty because of the crimes committed during that awful civil war. How do you think this looks on an international stage if we're thinking about how the US could view it, or possibly Britain or foreign countries supporting Syria's re-establishment?
I think Syrians definitely want to be part of the international community. There's a huge Syrian diaspora. They want to be able to go back home as well. But I would guess, and my wife is Syrian, born there, moved to Canada when she was quite young, but has family who have gone through, you know, this horrific civil war. Most Syrians, I would say, this is a personal matter. This is a Syrian issue that needs to be solved by Syrians. One of the worst things that could happen for the international community is if they were to bring in outside judges. And I think when you are trying to recover from a civil war, I think the best approach is for the community itself to deal with the issues the best way that they can. Now, in 5 or 10 or 15 years, could they look back on this moment and maybe think there could have been a better way to handle it? Perhaps. But I do believe that Syrians themselves would say this is an issue. It was a civil war. We weren't at war with another country. It was amongst ourselves. This issue has to be resolved by Syrians, and it has to be resolved in the best way that we can. So even though the Fourth Criminal Court of Damascus is only 2 years away from the Assads being, actually less than 2 years from the Assads being in power, I think it's going to be their choice, and it's something, quite frankly, that I think they have to go through, and they have to find their way through this process.
And would you echo that, do you think, when it comes to Syria?
The Syrian civil war went on for over a decade. It destroyed most of the country. Millions were driven out. Hundreds of thousands died. There's got to be a path both for justice and also reconciliation. We know where Bashar has come from, his background. Communities in the country want to be reassured. They want to see a Syria which is, again, united, which is prosperous. A lot of Syrians are going back from places like Turkey and Lebanon. But again, this is a long, long journey they're going to be taking to get them.
Britain's Prime Minister Andy Burnham faces a showdown with his fellow MPs over the extraction of North Sea oil. The UK's leader believes the project could help the country meet its net zero target faster. Burnham has said he's open to approving the plans, which have been suggested numerous of times by President Donald Trump. David, we're going to come to you first, but actually, President Donald Trump has also been talking about North Sea oil. He's had a lot to discuss today, and Trump, on the UK Prime Minister, I think he's going to open up North Sea oil, is what President Donald Trump says. You're, of course, in the UK. Why is this idea of drilling in the North Sea seen as such a divisive issue at the moment there? Because Trump's super keen on it happening, obviously, all the way from the United States.
Yeah, I think it's probably become more divisive at the moment because we are currently in our 100th heat wave over here in the UK at the moment. It seems to be just what happens now. We just have hot summers all the time. And I think a lot of people are now reflecting a lot more on climate change and on the environment. And a lot of people see the drilling for oil and gas in the North Sea as being climate vandalism. And there's a lot of Labour MPs that would literally die on their hill for it and will rebel and leave Labour if that were to happen. And that is a huge issue for here in the UK. It's been a growing trend. It's not just been the Green Party. There's been so many more political parties and activists that have been championing it. They're starting to turn the tide of public opinion here. On the flip side of it, you have got people that look at countries like Norway, who, neighbouring in terms of the North Sea and what they've managed to do, drilling their oil and gas there. They've set it up as a public fund. It's got trillions and trillions of pounds in it. They're able to offer much better healthcare, free education, and there's so many more benefits that they have. The issue with the UK doing it is that we don't have the capacity to get this out of the ground and make it of use to us. So therefore, we're going to have to put it onto the international market, onto the open market, and someone else is going to benefit from it. So there would be benefits to the UK economy, but we don't have the infrastructure right now to truly benefit in it like Norway has with theirs or like America has with all the fracking that they've done.
But, the UK has really underinvested when it comes to energy and the war in Ukraine. And obviously, the Strait of Hormuz being shut and the US-Iran war has really put the spotlight on how deeply they haven't put their money into the right places when it comes to energy. Many critics will argue. But, Jono, Trump has also been criticising the UK. He says that Andy Burnham has an immigration problem and also an energy problem. And we have seen this time and time again. Do you think that Andy Burnham now sort of thinking about opening up North Sea oil and this debate is happening in the UK is because that Trump continuously makes these comments?
Look, I think Trump he's twisted the screws, so to speak. He's added a bit of pressure, but I don't think it's changed Andy Burnham's response to Donald Trump. I think because it's a very real domestic argument. Like David said there, they've spoken about this at length. We've heard about this for many, many years. Burnham himself, I think he's done something fairly pragmatic with this. It's not going to stop using oil and gas. The UK is not going to stop using oil and gas tomorrow. Net zero target is 2060, and that's still achievable, even if you're drilling in the North Sea. You may as well use this domestic production of oil and gas and then potentially get some proceeds, help with the transition through to net zero as well, because that's, again, this is where you're coming into this clash with parts of Labour, because the environmentalists within Labour and some MPs as well will say that that actually is going to lock Britain into fossil fuel for longer. And you've got Rosebank and Jackdaw, which are the two parts that are what's looking at being approved, and then Jackdaw, because that one's a gas field, is much easier than the large oil field of Rosebank. So it's understandable why Donald Trump has said he's been very vocal about this. Britain needs to be drilling more, and Burnham said he wants to be pragmatic about the North Sea. So I think Trump hasn't created the debate. That's not at all what we saw here. He's inserted himself into it, which he does with a lot of these things a lot. But the issue for Burnham is trying to convince that his party, if nobody else, that producing more fossil fuel today can actually help Britain use less of it tomorrow. And that is logical. That makes sense. You can still achieve net zero by, sorry, it's 2050, not 2060 for net zero. That's still doable. You just have to offset your carbon emissions. So technically, yeah, that is a very big possibility. I think they're using about 300 million tonnes of CO2 in 2025. They want to be at like 30 million tonnes by 2050. So he's not saying, look, forget net zero. He's saying we're going to need oil and gas when a transition. Nobody's going to flick a switch tomorrow and say, hey, presto, we're all on solar energy. That's not how it's going to work. It's important to try and use your own domestic product, which is oil and gas that is in the North Sea, that can have this massive economic benefit. And can we talk about the jobs? There will be a huge infrastructure of jobs that will be created here as well. From those projects that I mentioned, I think it's about £11 billion of an investment, and 3/4 of that will be spent in the UK, and about 3,500 jobs at peak construction as well. So this will help in a lot of areas where there are problems for Burnham and for his government right now. And I think he sees this as a possibility. I think it might be a smart move.
And actually, let's bring that back to you, David, because John had just touched on jobs there and how much money it could bring the economy. And I also think it's important that we also say Donald Trump actually knows what he's talking about here. He has lots of links to Scotland. His mother was Scottish. He loves the country. He owns golf courses there. And I think he feels that he knows what will benefit those towns right now who aren't investing in North Sea oil or drilling. And the US itself has diversified its economy so much when it comes to fracking and when it comes to drilling for oil, because they largely insulated from the impact we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz, because they've worked so hard to make sure that their energy is US based and internal.
Yeah, and I think we just have to think with Andy Burnham as well. It's not just the Labour MPs that he's got to keep an eye on with this issue. If he doesn't go ahead with any of this, there is Reform Party who are going to be saying, going up there to voters and saying, Labour don't care about you, but we do. We would open it up. We will create those jobs. So Andy Burnham's also got that threat that he needs to think about. I always find it funny with Donald Trump as well when he mentions the windmills, because whenever I go out on one of my many bike rides and I go past one of the windmills that were built in however many long, I always think, does he mean this windmill, or is he talking about the wind turbines? But the issue that we've got over here, the UK media and the governments, successive governments, they just keep talking about wind turbines, solar panel. We're being pushed that all the time. And actually, you know, many people in the UK will be driving around and they won't be seeing those wind turbines going around, because as Donald Trump rightly points out, if it's the wrong kind of wind, they're not going to be spinning round. So there's a lot of messaging that we've had over so many years now, decades, that they're talking about what we need to be doing, how we need to be more sustainable with our energy. And actually, we've completely taken a blind eye to any potential threats that we might have when we had the war in Ukraine and now the Strait of Hormuz, and the impact that that has on us. There seems to be no sort of planning for any of those things happening. It's almost like, okay, we're just going to keep pressing ahead with this green energy. And the thing that I find most frustrating about the whole thing when it comes to energy in this country is the UK is surrounded by water. We have tides coming in all day, in and out, all day long. That is one of the most efficient and successful ways of converting energy. It's not being used because no government is going to look beyond 5 years that they're in power and say, we're going to invest this much money and we're going to create this infrastructure. So in 50 years' time, the people of the UK won't have to pay anything for their energy bills. And unfortunately, no government is going to do that.
And yes, as you say, hugely frustrating. The Labour Party is sort of in between a rock and a hard place, because obviously they have to look at their manifesto if they do decide to start drilling in the North Sea. But you're right, David. And also, Jono, just a quick thought. Donald Trump isn't a big fan of climate change. He's often called it the green scam. He doesn't like the windmills that are in Scotland. He also says they kill the birds. So we know Trump's stance on climate change, don't we?
Well, look, he's always been quite vocal about that as well. And there's no scientific hard evidence to say that climate change is real. I want to just put that and put that in parentheses. There's also no scientific, reliable stats to say that it is a complete fabrication. So you need to try and take both elements of this and look and say humans are having an impact on the planet. The issue for the UK is that you can't simply rely on wind, solar, nuclear batteries. That's not feasible and not possible on the infrastructure and the technology we currently have. So although Donald Trump's comments may go a little bit too much on that we're not having any impact and we're not having any change to the planet, I think you also need to be realistic and say we can't switch from fossil fuels today. And I think that's what the UK is facing, a difficult one. And I'm glad that Burnham has finally decided and he's not taken the previous administration runners' attitude of saying, listen, we're just going to not drill in the North Sea. And this is something that's viable. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what happens. But as Donald Trump says, he feels positive that the UK Prime Minister will open up the drilling in the North Sea. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the US actress Hayden Panettiere, known for her roles in Heroes and Nashville, has died at the age of 36. Her father, Skip, broke the news to the world, calling her daughter a force of nature who brought love and joy to all who knew her. An investigation has been launched into her death, but it's not being viewed as suspicious. Jono, let's start with you, because this is an extremely sad story, 36 years old. For anyone unaware of who Hayden Panettiere was, give us a little bit of a background of who she was.
Yeah, it is incredibly sad news, but she has been on screen for pretty much most of her life. She started working out as a child actor and a model as well. So she wasn't somebody who became famous in adulthood. She's been around for as long as I can remember. Claire Bennett is who she was in Heroes. She was that cheerleader with the ability to heal herself, which is what garnered her a lot of fans and an enormous following in the early 2000s. Then she was on that TV that you mentioned, TV show Nashville as well, where she was Juliet Barnes, and she actually got a Golden Globe nomination for that as well, for Best Actress. And you'll also know her from the Scream franchise. She was in that. She grew up in the spotlight, which she was very open about and spoke about quite a lot as well. She had quite a lot of struggles with depression, with addiction throughout her life. And her personal life was also one of note. She has a daughter with that heavyweight boxing championship, Klitschko as well, which is what, again, is getting a lot of the headlines. But there is another element to this devastating story, because her younger brother, Jansen, passed away in 2023. He was just 28 years old as well. So you've got this actress who was in Remember the Titans. She was in that as well. And she was in a TV show called Custody, which was actually a TV drama that was about a mum fighting to regain custody of her kids. She's discussed in length how she went through a very similar situation herself as well. And there's a podcast that's floating around today where there's some real inspirational words that she's come up with as well. And she has been very, very vocal about her struggles in the past and seen herself as she was seen by many as a champion of mental health and mental health causes as well. So this is a 36-year-old who's got a massive career that was across 3 decades. She was very, very young when all this began as well. And she's lived her entire life in the spotlight, and it's very, very sad.
Extremely sad. And David, let's pick up a little bit about what Jono was saying. She did recently speak about her mental health struggles and the daughter she does share with the Ukrainian boxer Vladimir Klitschko, didn't she? Because there was a lot of backlash.
Yeah, I mean, when she was alive, there was all these stories about her giving up her child, abandoning her child. And really, when you look beyond it, she was a woman who, as she's so bravely come out and spoken about that journey she has in terms of the depression and the alcoholism and the addiction and that horrible cycle that she said that she was in, she wanted to give her daughter the best possible chance at having a life that wasn't going to have to be impacted like we see with so many other sort of child actors and everything else that goes with that. So her and Vladimir Klitschko, when they separated, they described themselves as having so much love for one another. And the one thing that they always wanted to do was never say a bad word in front of their daughter about the other one. And that's how they wanted their co-parenting to happen. And she called it herself the greatest sacrifice. And I think they should get a lot of credit for that, because there will be a lot of mothers that watch you. How can you possibly have given up your child? But she wanted to give her child the best possible life. And I think she did. She really did. She made that sacrifice. They lived in Ukraine, so they were so far apart from one another. And it's so incredibly sad, as Jono was saying, that now with this family just coming back from reading from Hayden's brothers passing away, now we have this as well, incredibly sad for the whole family.
Yes, indeed it is. And Jono, when we have a look at Hayden Panettiere's story, it's a familiar one in Hollywood. You know, she started off as a child actress. She was very young, and she's now sadly lost her life at the age of 36. And we see a lot of this in Hollywood. You can draw comparisons to, obviously, Britney Spears' struggles. And often I wonder, who's not supporting these people? Is it their managers? Is it their families? Why don't they have that strong support network around them?
Look, I think fame is an unusual. The media obviously has an important job to do when it comes to what it's reporting, but we don't know what somebody's carrying behind closed doors. And fame is not something that makes somebody immune to things like anxiety or depression or to any sort of emotional pain. And of course, the public is curious about these people who they've seen on the screen and they've somewhat grown up with in their lives, but that doesn't mean that every part of that person's life is the public's property. And I think that's the fall down on the part of the media in some ways, and on the part of the public as well, that we don't realise that sometimes we just need to step back. It's the most responsible thing we can do at times, and have a look at the bigger picture, because we don't realise the difference that could make to somebody's life, and do the reasonable and responsible thing, and sometimes just leave people alone. And I think that, unfortunately, might be a case of what we're seeing here.
And David, just your thoughts on that, like what should be happening in Hollywood to ensure that these young superstars who get fame so young are actually looked after and protected? Because how many of these cases do we have to report on until someone takes it seriously?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of change since she was a child, and all the other, stars that you've mentioned. You know, when they were younger, there weren't the things in place as they are now. I think we as a society have to take a huge look at ourselves in terms of the demands that we put on these celebrities. I think there's, as John was saying, the media aspect of it. You know, there's not just your traditional media now. There are all these blogs and websites that are documenting and picking up on, different bits of these superstars' lives. How many times do you see things coming up in your social media that are saying, you never guess what they look like now? And there's this constant pressure on these people who sometimes they just want to go on and have a normal life and just feel it like they're constantly being put under the spotlight every time they leave the house. I think it's society. I think it's the media. I think it's social media as well. There's such a thirst for this sort of constant content all the time. And if you have a particular star that you are interested in, you want to hear every little detail about them at all time. You want them to be constantly in your life and in the spotlight. And that's hugely different to perhaps what it was 20, 30 years ago. But now we have this world. But now I think we're kind of almost getting to the other side of it, where people are like, hang on a minute now. We need to sort of take better care of these people. I think for a lot of people with fame, you want to continue, or certainly from sort of the managers and agents' perspective of it, they want to keep their stars relevant, because if their stars are relevant, they're going to be bringing in income for them. So that needs to be looked at as well, I think. And there's all these different elements at play that I think if we all, as society, do a little bit, I think it's going to have a huge impact on that Hollywood machine that just seems to swallow people up and then just kind of spit them out at the end.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today. From our headquarters here in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, with the Iran conflict still simmering and control of the Strait of Hormuz stuck in limbo, President Trump says there are currently no ongoing talks with Iran, though his son-in-law says positive and active conversations are taking place. We ask, which is it? According to reports, Tehran would consider attacking US military assets in Europe if the US escalates the conflict. We ask, what sorts of targets might be considered? And Russia issues a warning to the UK for providing drones to Ukraine. We'll be speaking to a former British Defence Secretary and asking how seriously the UK is taking those threats. All of that to come in today's edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest developments in the Iran war, which appears to have entered an increasingly uncertain phase, with diplomacy stalled and tensions again rising across the Gulf. Well, on the one hand, President Donald Trump says there are, quote, no talks underway or scheduled with Tehran. And on the other hand, the president's Middle East envoy and son-in-law Jared Kushner has described dialogue between the two sides as, quote, positive and active. And in another apparent discrepancy of narratives, President Trump insists that the Strait of Hormuz is currently open and operational, but data suggests that ship crossings via the Strait of Hormuz were down to single digits on Monday, with Iran saying that the vital waterway will remain closed until Washington lifts sanctions and its blockade on Iranian ports. So, what hope is there for diplomacy at this stage? Is the situation likely to escalate before a solution can be found? And what realistic options are there to end this conflict? Well, David Hale is a former US Special Envoy for Peace in the Middle East. He's also the former US Ambassador to Pakistan, Jordan and Lebanon. He also served as Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, and he joins us now from Washington. Thank you so much indeed for joining us, Ambassador Hale. We're nearly 6 months into this Iran war, and it grinds on with little sign of resolution. On the one hand, we've heard this week from the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. He said on Monday that the US and Iran are having, quote, very positive and active conversations. And then on the other hand, we've heard President Trump saying no talks with Iran are underway, or indeed, are they scheduled? Which one do you think it is?
Well, thank you, Tom. It may be a little bit of both. Obviously, at the end of the day, the president of the United States is the guy who makes the decisions, and his words matter the most. But they may be talking about slightly different things. The president, I'm guessing, may be saying there are no direct talks, whereas Jared may be talking about other various channels that have been active and inactive in different phases, Pakistan primarily, and Qatar, and even Oman. So who knows? I think the important thing is that we're in a period where it's extremely unlikely that there's going to be any kind of diplomatic breakthrough. We're in an on-again, off-again stage of military pressure, economic strangulation, and occasionally diplomatic opportunities, but not breakthroughs.
Okay, and in terms of where we see things heading to from here, a little earlier on today, my colleague Melinda Nucifora spoke to the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who said that he trusts President Trump's instincts when it comes to making major combat operations against Iran. Let's just listen in to a clip of what he actually said.
If they're unwilling to give up their nuclear weapons ambitions and their enrichment ambitions, and if they're unwilling to open up the Strait of Hormuz, then major combat is on the table. Is that what he's going to do? I can't answer that, because he is the only person elected and the only person who's authorized to make the decision and then to carry it out. But I trust his instincts. He's had good instincts on this issue. I'm hoping that it's not necessary to go back to a combat operation. But I'm also confident that if that's what it comes down to, that Iran would not be doing themselves a favor by initiating it.
Okay, so the US ambassador to Israel trusts President Trump's instincts. Do you tend to trust his instincts?
I think the American system is larger than just one man, although, again, the president is the decision maker. Mike's absolutely right. I think what we're seeing here is a strategic recalculation. The administration has said various things about what its military goals are. I think they were always, at times at least, unrealistic. What we can expect actually is, at best, the neutralization of Iran. And we've made considerable progress along with the IDF toward that. If you look at Iran's ability to project power beyond the Gulf, its proxy network has collapsed. Its support at home has collapsed. It's largely isolated diplomatically. It has no friends anymore in the Arab world to speak of. And Russia and China have not been particularly stalwart allies or supporters in any meaningful way. So I think the pressure really is on Iran, and at times that may require additional military action. But I think a concerted pressure strategy that includes military, economic, and diplomatic political pressure is the most viable course ahead of us.
But when the stakes are so high, and we're talking about losses of lives and a sort of a rewriting of the geopolitical map in this whole region, I mean, should it be about instincts, or do you think there should be a carefully considered, meticulous plan? And do you believe such a plan exists?
Well, our system has tried to deal with, and 8 different presidents have tried to deal with Iran since the Iranian Revolution in 1979. Our democratic system entails change every 2 to 4 years. Iran has had only 2, now 3 spiritual leaders throughout that entire period. So their strategy is to wait us out. And I think that it's important that they not believe that they can again wait out an American president and play our political process to their advantage. And it's also important that they not be able to firmly draw conclusions about what an American president may or may not do. I think it's very important that the credible threat of military force at least be apparent to them as we restore our deterrence, which has eroded recently with Iran.
And when it comes to diplomacy, I mean, all the efforts that have been made appear to have come to a halt. They seem to have stalled. We've got this lull in hostilities between Iran and the United States, a neither war nor peace situation. The MOU, which was signed in mid-June, had a 60-day time frame. That's expired. It hasn't been extended. I mean, how long do you think this limbo phase can carry on for?
I think it's likely to carry on until the end of the Trump administration. I don't believe that there is a diplomatic deal that can be made. I don't believe that the gap between America and Iran on the various issues that divide us can be bridged. And I don't believe that the Iranian regime can be trusted to honor any agreement that it signs. So together we have to recognize, in my opinion, we have to recognize that reality and come up with strategies to build a coalition, which this administration is not particularly focused on. It's more than just Israel and the Gulf states, but includes others who care about the freedom of navigation, including China, through the Straits, to come up with strategies that, as I said, neutralize Iran's ability to project power and reopen the Straits on a status quo ante basis.
So you're saying build a coalition, i.e. involve other parties in this conflict, bring other allies perhaps into it as well, and that's something that President Trump has been calling for from the very beginning. But why do you think that coalition has come together at this stage?
Well, it's an administration that has some difficulty, I think, building coalitions because they tend to take a fairly aggressive approach. You have to persuade countries to come in, and many of our allies do not want to join in the kinetic conflict with Iran. But that doesn't mean that we can't find a way or shouldn't be able to find a way where there's an alliance of the willing that looks at the more narrow issue of the Straits of Hormuz and the totally outrageous position that Iran is taking that somehow it can control this international waterway, contrary to all international law and tradition. And that includes, more creative schemes to deal with insurance, which is one of the major obstacles. Mariners can't take risks if their insurers aren't going to cover them. So maybe states can step up to that and come up with more creative solutions, as I said. Maybe there are opportunities for escorting vessels through the Straits. Again, risks are involved in that, but if the Iranians see that stuff is moving in and out of the Gulf, that's important. Lastly, we're going to see over time, and if my timescale is accurate about the end of this administration, the Gulf states have many more alternative opportunities to build pipelines, railroads, rail links, and other things to move their goods in and out, other than through the Straits, in contrast to Iran, which has got a very large landmass with not particularly friendly neighbors around it.
Right, so you see this conflict dragging on in some sort of form, perhaps along the lines of where it is now, in a stalemate for the next 2 years and a couple of months, which is going to be quite discouraging news for our viewers. With regards to the Strait of Hormuz, again, we've got a bit of a discrepancy of narratives here because President Trump says the strait is open and operating. but ship crossings, according to official data through the Strait of Hormuz, are in single digits right now. I mean, do you think the president is adequately briefed on the realities of what's really going on here?
I worked in the first Trump administration, and I'm sure that there are people giving him accurate data. We need to act on the basis of data. But unfortunately, we've come to a stage in the conduct of international relations where rhetoric is weaponized by both sides. And so he may not want to acknowledge something that he understands is the reality, but he doesn't want to concede the point to the Iranians. I think the important thing is what I said earlier, is that we have to be prepared for a longer term strategy that includes not just trying to widen the aperture in the straits, but finds alternative means to get energy out of the Gulf and the products that the Gulf states need, the Arab Gulf states need, into it.
And when it comes to rhetoric, of course, Iran's got plenty of its own rhetoric as well. On Monday, a senior Iranian official said his country is moving to, quote, fully offensive military posture as a result of the stalemate we're in right now. I wonder what you think that means. What does it mean if Iran's in fully offensive military posture?
I can only hazard a guess, but I don't believe it means they're going to make a land offensive. Against who, against what? I think it means more of the same. I think they're reiterating that if America acts against them or retaliates against actions taken by Iran in the Straits, then the Iranians will do what we've seen lately, which is attack civilian targets or military targets in the Gulf, in Bahrain or Kuwait or Qatar or what have you. It's not winning them any allies. It's not changing the military equation in any significant way. So I think it does go back again to my point about I think we're in a long-term phase here of cyclical behavior that doesn't change the actual geostrategic equation, except in the long run, Iran is increasingly isolated, which is valuable.
One of the interesting comments that I've read this week came from Jake Sullivan, who was the national security advisor under President Biden. And he suggested earlier this week that President Trump had been pushed into this conflict by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I wonder whether that's a narrative that's widely shared in Washington amongst your former colleagues. Does it ring true?
Personally, I don't agree with that exact formula, but it is, to answer your question, it is widely speculated that is a factor. It generally reflects those who believe that Bibi Netanyahu is somehow a negative element. Personally, I think Israel would have conducted the war it conducted regardless of who have been prime minister. I also know that going all the way back to when I was the Middle East peace envoy under President Obama, that the Israelis always advocated for a more aggressive U.S. approach toward Iran and the nuclear program. The IDF and the U.S. military worked very effectively in that regard, and I am sure that the Israelis want to continue. All polling shows that the vast majority of Israelis want to continue this war. And the other prime ministerial candidates in the elections there are also very aggressive on this point. So it's not as if there's a big disagreement in Israel over this. At the end of the day, though, I think President Trump made his own decisions and is responsible and accountable for them.
Do you think relations between Washington and Israel have been damaged by this conflict?
Not really. I think that there's a period of tension here. Again, there's clearly President Trump wants this war to come to an end. The Israeli public, as I said, and leadership is not there. But we've had moments of tension throughout my 40 years in diplomacy. We've always managed to patch up the differences. It's often at just these stages, and like when it appears that military pressure is no longer going to bring strategic gains, what do we do next? What's the geostrategic recalculation? How do we bring a war to an end? Those are always points of tension with allies, including Israel.
When we think about the legacy of this conflict, whenever it eventually ends, I mean, let's not forget there are US military installations right across the world, particularly here in the Gulf, from where I'm speaking to you today. I mean, do you think the longer-term effect of this war is going to be that Gulf countries increasingly view those US military installations as being assets or liabilities?
I think they can play it both ways, frankly. I think for most of the Gulf states, although these facilities have made them targets, I think they've also reinforced the recognition that the American security umbrella is absolutely necessary against a hostile Iran. Iran has, if anyone believed that Iran was a peace-loving neighbor, that veil has been removed. And so I think that at the end of the day, these countries still want an American umbrella. It's a valid question, though, as to whether these assets, which were basically what we wanted going back to the 70s through 2000 period and the war against Iraq, whether that's the best way for our forward-leaning military to be structured. The warfare is changing, as we see. You can get better experts on your show than me. But in an era of asymmetrical conflict, are these the best way for us to defend our allies and our interests, or are there other ways to structure this? And those are valid debates and questions to have.
So were you to advise President Trump on how to proceed, if you were mandated with trying to find a way to end this war, would you err on the side of upping the economic pressure, perhaps cranking up the sanctions, or would you err more on the side of launching a ground operation involving other countries, using more devastating weaponry? What would you advise him?
Well, I don't think a ground offensive makes any sense, nor do I believe there'd be any political support for that in my country, let alone allied countries. Instead, I would argue for persistence, which is a commodity that is in scarce supply often in Washington. We have to have a longer-term strategy. We have to be willing to keep the pressure on Iran on a long-term basis and not switch based on the news cycle, or scorecards about who's winning and who's losing. We are more powerful than they are, and we will overcome their ability to threaten our interests if we are persistent in a multifaceted strategy of economic, political, military, and diplomatic pressure that includes an expanding coalition that has joined us and that isolates Iran. But that's going to take a couple of years, not a couple of days or weeks.
Do you think there is a sense of regret in the US that this war has been started and that there's no realistic way, at least that anyone can identify, to bring it to an end?
I do think the American public is a bit confused about the war. I think the administration could have done a better job in explaining it right from the start, but here we are. There also, I think most Americans will look at the fact that there have been very few casualties on our side, which, is unfortunate there are any, and obviously there's been a lot of civilian damage in the region. But I don't think that's a political factor. The price of gas may be a factor. We'll see. Again, I have a longer-term perspective. I can remember when 20 years ago I was ambassador to Jordan, the price of gas was $100, and that not counting for inflation. We're still not there yet. So I do think it's manageable, but obviously any war like this is hard to sustain politically if it doesn't bring results, which comes back to my main point about the difficulty of a democracy in sustaining a campaign like this on the long-term basis that's needed for success.
Just in the remaining couple of minutes that we have, I wanted to ask you about Israel's intentions in Lebanon. And today, Al Arabiya has been publishing pictures that show Israeli flags fluttering in southern Lebanon, lining a road. And I just wonder whether that offers us any insights as to what Israel's intentions might actually be in Lebanon.
I've been involved in Israeli-Lebanese, problems and conflicts for my whole adult life. And I am firmly of the belief that today Israel's responsible leaders and most of the Israeli public do not want to occupy any Lebanese territory. What they want is security. There are outliers, there will be voices, and they're not insignificant that may feel otherwise. But the one bright spot, frankly, in the Middle East right now are Lebanese-Israeli talks, not just to bring about the full disarmament of Hezbollah, which both states agree on, but actually to see if they can reach the promise of the framework agreement that they signed earlier this year that brings them into full peace. And they're continuing that despite these images and pictures and despite the continued conflict. They'll be meeting in Rome, I think, in the next week or two to continue these very important talks that should be nurtured.
So it sounds like, and I should just remind our viewers, you were US ambassador in Lebanon. It sounds like you're encouraged by the trajectory of that diplomatic push to bring the two sides together. I mean, how far off do you think we are from a result?
I think they're very advanced, and I think they hold great promise. And the reason is that for the first time since the Lebanese civil war, the Lebanese leadership is able to make decisions on their own because Hezbollah has been so degraded that the Iranians can no longer use it as a landscape for their own interests and conflicts. So that's what's changed. Also, Syria has dramatically changed. That is a major factor in Lebanon. Although at the end of the day, where the power equation lands between Iran and America will influence the shape of events in the Levant.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador David Hale. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, according to a source cited by the Financial Times, Iran is threatening that in the event that the US escalates the conflict, Tehran will consider attacking US military assets in Europe. Well, according to that report, Iran is weighing strikes on US military targets in southeastern Europe, such as in Bulgaria, as well as underwater fiber optic cables in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, in addition to Iran's threats against parts of Europe, Russia is also warning the UK that it may, quote, have to pay the price for providing drones to Ukraine. Well, in recent months, Ukraine has been intensifying its drone strikes on energy infrastructure deep inside Russian territory. Well, the Russian embassy in London says that the UK is deliberately opting for an escalation. But the British government says it stands shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and that it would, quote, not be bullied in this way. Now, according to a source cited by the Financial Times, Iran is threatening that in the event that the US escalates the conflict, Tehran will consider attacking US military assets in Europe. Well, according to that report, Iran is weighing strikes on US military targets in southeastern Europe, such as in Bulgaria, as well as underwater fiber optic cables in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, in addition to Iran's threats against parts of Europe, Russia is also warning the United Kingdom that it may have, quote, to pay a price for providing drones to Ukraine. Well, in recent months, Ukraine has been intensifying its drone strikes on energy infrastructure deep inside Russian territory. Well, the Russian embassy in London says that the UK is deliberately opting for an escalation. But the British government says it stands shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and that it, quote, won't be bullied in any way. Well, Sir Liam Fox is the former UK Defence Secretary and joins us now from London. Sir Liam, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. Moscow warning London of, quote, consequences for supplying drones to Kyiv. What could that mean, do you think?
Well, I think it's traditional Russian bluster. It is an attempt to bully the United Kingdom, as they have attempted to bully other NATO allies, whether in the Baltics or elsewhere. And I think it's a sign of desperation on the Russians' part. Now, let's leave aside that they're not mentioning the drones that are sent from Tehran and the Iranian regime to help Russia in its bloody and illegal attack on the people of Ukraine, or the fact that they're using North Korean troops to reinforce Russian troops who have sustained huge losses. This is a regime that began an attack on a democratic, sovereign Western nation purely out of Putin's vanity project, which is now years into what was meant to be a short military operation, which has caused huge problems to the Russian economy, a huge loss of life, and has not achieved any of the military objectives. So I think you've got an increasingly frustrated Russia, which is lashing out all over the place. The people of Ukraine and the government of Ukraine have a right to expect that those who believe in international law will give them the weapons they need to defend themselves, their people, and their territory. That includes the United Kingdom, as it has included the United States, Germany, and other countries who've come to the assistance quite correctly of Ukraine.
Right, so you're saying a bit of a double standard at work here, with the Russians on the one hand using Iranian weaponry and North Korean troops, and they're clearly angered that Ukraine is using British-made drones. Now, the Russian embassy in London is saying the UK is deliberately opting for escalation in Ukraine. Do you think that's true? Does the UK want to see an escalation in this conflict?
The UK wants to see an end to the conflict, and the way that the conflict is ended is that Russia stops its military operations in another country. Ukraine did not begin this conflict. This was purely an aggressive act by Vladimir Putin and his regime, and the killing and the destruction can stop quickly if the Russians decide to stop attacking the people of Ukraine. who have done nothing other than want to defend their sovereignty and the safety of the people.
But do you think an escalation is a way to bring about that end? Do you think things have to get worse before they can get better?
Well, I think it's perfectly reasonable that the government of Ukraine wants the people of Russia to recognize that they are being told lies by the government, that the Russians are winning in their campaign against Ukraine. I think increasingly the Russian people know that not to be true. I think some of the damage to some of the infrastructure, military and otherwise, will bring that message home. But remember, the people of Russia do recognize that there's been a huge fiscal cost to this war, that the increase in military spending means that spending cannot happen in health and education and other areas. They're experiencing higher inflation. They've got a labour shortage because tens, if not hundreds of thousands of their soldiers have been killed or badly wounded in that. Their economy is suffering because sanctions mean a lack of technology to keep a Russian industry up to date. And of course, we know that a massive amount of the Russian sovereign wealth fund, some estimates say up to 80%, have been spent by Putin on this utterly pointless and illegal war.
So it sounds as though these Ukrainian strikes on Russian oil and energy infrastructure is increasingly having the desired effect. I mean, you're making it sound like it's really starting to hurt Russia.
Well, of course it will hurt Russia. Sanctions take a lot longer than most people think to take real effect on an economy. But in general, the countries with the deeper pockets are the ones who tend to be successful in any military conflict. Russia has limited resources. Putin has effectively turned the Russian economy into a war economy, spending a much greater proportion of their GDP on the military, using labor resources that could be used to grow their economy into a pointless and increasingly bloody military conflict. And the oligarchs surrounding Putin can see that as the sovereign wealth fund is run down and down and down, that the war may have a catastrophic impact on the economic legacy in Russia that will not have escaped their notice either.
Turning our attention to the battlefield, what is your understanding on what progress, if any, is being made by either side?
Well, I think that the Russians have effectively been fought to a standstill. They have gained very little territory in the 4 years or so that this conflict has been ongoing. They have destroyed a huge amount of civilian infrastructure in the process, and one has to ask, for what? They have not achieved the so-called military victory that Putin promised early on. They've been dragged into a war where their artillery and their tanks have shown to be largely useless, and where the changes in technology and the agility of the Ukrainians has shown that they can resist and can counter what is effectively a much bigger military force. And Russia is now recognizing that it can be attacked well into its own territory. It's estimated that at least 8 out of their 18 major refineries are now out of action, and that will have a further impact on Russia's ability to earn foreign currency and finance the war. It's all in all a disaster for Putin. The question is whether those around Putin are actually telling him the truth about the scale of Russia's difficulties.
Since the war began in Ukraine in February 22, there have been quite a number of British prime ministers, and I wondered whether you've detected any indication that with another new prime minister, there's been any shift in Britain's resolve and Britain's support for Ukraine in this war.
No shift whatsoever. And it is, I think, a very encouraging sign in the United Kingdom that in one of the most important tests of international law, one of the most important tests of the sovereignty of democratic European states, the United Kingdom has not only been solid, but has led in international opinion. And if you look at internal opinion in the United Kingdom, there's been very little, if any, shift in terms of public support for Ukraine. And I think that all the prime ministers that we've seen in the United Kingdom giving that support to Ukraine has been both morally important for Ukraine, militarily important in terms of equipment being sent to Ukraine, but also hugely politically important in maintaining the consistency and the cohesion of a very widespread alliance of the NATO states and beyond.
And what about the British public? Do you think there's any sign of fatigue with this conflict, as I expect the Russians would like there to be?
There's not, and opinion polls have been extraordinarily consistent. The British people have been steadfast in their support for the Ukrainian people, and I think that is a very clear message to Putin and the North Koreans and the Iranians that when it comes to attacks on our basic values and our friends and allies, the United Kingdom and the British public will be steadfast in their support.
So we've worked out that the Russians have sort of singled out the UK here because there has been reportedly a considerable amount of anti-UK rhetoric in Russia in recent weeks. And I wonder what your thoughts are as to why they've zeroed in on the UK as opposed to any of the other countries we've talked about. And when lawmakers in Russia make threats about striking the United Kingdom, I wonder how seriously you think they're taken in the UK?
Well, they're taken seriously because we've had Russia murdering Russian citizens on British territory, poisoning UK citizens on British territory, regularly testing our airspace and our maritime environment. So threats from Russia are nothing new in the UK, and we're used to the sort of rhetoric that we get in a very anti-British way. But remember, they've been also testing the airspace of others. We've seen it happen in Romania. We've seen it happen in the Baltic states. Russia is a threat to any of those countries around its borders who dare to criticize Putin. And of course, we are free to do so, where critics in Moscow are not. They have a habit of falling down lift shafts, falling out of windows, or just disappearing.
Now, Salim, I just wanted to turn our attention to Iran for a moment, because we were talking about that earlier on in the programme. It's reported that Iran is considering attacks on US military targets in Europe. And I wonder whether you think that applies to the UK and whether that's a threat the UK would take seriously.
Well, you have to take all threats seriously from a regime that is as irrational, brutal and aggressive as the regime in Tehran. And frankly, my view is that until you remove the mullahs and the IRGC as a regime, there will not be peace in the region. They will continue to destabilize the region by all means they can, whether that's economic through the Strait of Hormuz, whether that is through their allies, the Houthis in Yemen, attacking the interests of Saudi Arabia, or whether that's attacks on American bases. Whether they've actually got the ability to do so is another matter, but they clearly have the intent, which is why we need to keep up the pressure on the regime. And I think that, again, as we talked about the economic consequences for Russia of their actions, the economic consequences for Iran will be considerable and are already having considerable effects: rapidly rising inflation, rising unemployment, a blockade of their oil exports, which means that they cannot continue to finance their own economy for any length of time. And we cannot contemplate that the Iranians or their allies should be allowed to effectively thumb their nose at international law in terms of the freedom of navigation of the seas. That's what they want to do. They're not just in conflict with the United States, they're in conflict with the rest of the global community who believe that international law should be upheld and that there should be freedom of navigation and trade.
And we were repeatedly told by the Trump administration that Iran has been militarily degraded in a very significant way. I mean, does Iran actually have the capability to strike countries as far away as the UK, do you think?
Well, we know that they tried to use ballistic missiles, for example, on Diego Garcia, but they don't seem to have the range or the accuracy. And the further away they are from their launch points, the less accurate they're likely to be. But they've got the intent to do so, and they remain a very malign influence on the region, on the world, and most importantly, to their own people, and the savagery by which they have oppressed the Iranian people during this conflict is even worse than that which we experienced previously. This is a regime that has no legitimacy, that will use any means of repression, however evil, against its own people, and they need to be stood up to. And if that requires a prolonged international blockade of Iranian oil exports, then that may be what is required. Ultimately, however, the removal of the regime has to be something that happens internally. You cannot have regime change from bombs falling from the sky. Ultimately, the future of Iran will be decided by the Iranian people, and sooner or later, that regime will be removed.
Do you think the UK was right to stay out of this conflict?
I think that the decision was taken to not become involved in the initial Israeli and American strikes. But I don't think it's right to not take part in any international grouping that is dedicated to maintaining international law and the freedom of navigation. And I think that the United Kingdom and all those countries who, for example, took part in the international coalition against piracy off the coast of Somalia need to reassess how committed they are to the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea and the general principles of freedom of navigation. It cannot be acceptable that a regime like the Iranians should illegally try to maintain control over what is a free international waterway.
And just lastly, I mean, a lot of the guests we've spoken to have said they can't see any good ways out of this the conflict, at least as far as the US is concerned. I mean, can you see any off-ramps? Can you see any way that this conflict can be brought to a conclusion that at least makes it sellable to the US public?
Oh, I think that it's a matter of principle, and it is a red line, as Secretary of State Rubio has said, that Iran cannot be allowed to unilaterally declare ownership of an international waterway. That's simply not acceptable, nor is Iran's nuclear program, nor is the expansion of their ballistic program. And there has also always been coming a point, in my view, because of the nature of the JCPOA, the nuclear agreement with Iran, that Iran would reach a threshold when the international community in some form would need to take action. I think that that point has been reached. You can argue whether that timing was correct or not, but I think it was always inevitable that a regime quite as malignant as the one that exists in Tehran would come up against an international coalition. And I think that sooner or later their time is up. And for the peace of the region, the peace of the world, and for the sake of the poor oppressed people in Iran who have endured such terrible things with such great fortitude and courage, the quicker the time for the removal of the regime comes, the better.
OK, we're going to leave it there. I really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Sir Liam Fox, former UK Defence Secretary, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. As always, you can see our interviews in full on our YouTube channel. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
The Hadid family is a name many of us know through business, design, culture, and philanthropy. For the first time, we were granted exclusive access to the Hadid family estate in Rhodes, Greece. We sat down with designer and architect Mohammed Hadid, his daughter, designer and businesswoman Marielle Hadid, and his brother, entrepreneur Mahmoud Hadid. Join us for a rare look inside the family, their story, and the legacy that continues to inspire generations.
Welcome, Mahmoud, at Arabiya English. Thank you so much for inviting us at your house here in Rhodes. So as Palestinian American, can you tell us why did you choose specifically Rhodes?
I had the privilege to move here with my father, who worked in the United States government at the USIA and the Voice of America in 1970, and he was based on Rhodes. So I was able to come to Rhodes and live in Greece and study in Greece.
Alongside with your work in environmental engineering and the real estate development, you have also donated money to the Red Crescent, to the United Nations and other organizations. You have also helped orphans and poor people here in Rhodes. So can you tell us more about these projects?
That is correct. Besides doing many things with orphans locally in Greece or in other parts of the world, I mentioned the Red Crescent when we were separated in 1948, and then I was born. It was the Red Crescent were able to unite my parents. In those days, there was, of course, no telephones and all that. I had an opportunity to be invited by Dr. Mohammed Al-Hadid, who started the Red Crescent in 1948 in Jordan. Once I was able to visit the Red Crescent, Amman, Jordan, I found a lot of children in need of help. The hospital needed equipment. We were able, my wife and I, to donate X-ray, MRI equipment, and other things that the hospital requested from us. Most recently, a few months ago, I was able to visit the hospital, and I was able to meet approximately 100 children who were brought from Gaza. These children did not have legs, limbs, head injuries, blindness, lost their parents. It makes me very sad to see children 6 years old, 7 years old, 9 years old, no legs, no arms. It is a very sad, these children are only victims of war, family, losing their parents, losing their country, Gaza. So it was very important, and the most honorable mission is to continue to work with the Red Crescent, the Red Cross. Many of the Red Crescent aid helpers were killed, bombed in hospitals. It is very sad that the humanitarians who are helping the victims of war would also become victims because of their helping victims. So there's nothing more honorable in my life that I did, more rewarding than taking care of the children of Gaza, my people, the Palestinians. So it is very rewarding, emotionally sad, but due to our faith, believing in God and in Allah, we hope for a better tomorrow. And so I do support also Her Royal Highness Alia Al-Hussein and her effort to save animals in it's called Small Miracles. So it's not only the human impact, it's not only the children who are lose their limbs and their families, so it's the environment as a whole. Without it, we cannot live.
You have often spoken about your Palestinian refugee status. Can you please tell us more about this experience? How has it shaped your outlook on success and your whole identity?
Well, it's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country, to be stripped of the ability to exercise your rights with your faith and other beliefs. So in the beginning, it was very confusing to be traveling at a year and a half old. I was born in Damascus, Syria. Then at the age of 1.5, I left for Lebanon. At 3, I was an infant, left for Tunis. At 10, to America. And being labeled a refugee, when it's not refugee, not in the context that we were poor or living in tents, but it gives the stigma to what refugee meant. You could be a king and be displaced from your country, like in Greece and other Spain. So it was very frustrating to try to overcome language, cultural differences, to be accepted in society. So the challenges were not to keep up, but try to excel, to catch up. Once we did, we were able to do good things with that knowledge. We turned it to positive energy, and we started to contribute for the better world and environmental work and other things such as, helping people who can't help themselves anymore.
Your ancestor, Dahir al-Umar, was the ruler of Palestine on the 18th century. Can you please tell our audience more about his legacy and his story?
Yes, Dahir al-Umar was a leader in Palestine in the 18th century. He unified the business world between Jews, he brought them from Tiberias, he protected the Christians in Nazareth. He was able to have industry unification and believed, and he actually liberated it by removing even Napoleon from the era. Dahir al-Umar was considered king of Galilee and prince of Nazareth. He built the Church of the Annunciation, where the Virgin Mary, at the well of the Virgin Mary, where of course Gabriel gave the annunciation of the coming of Jesus Christ. Dahir al-Umar was very open, liberal, ideology thinking, and liberated the Arab world and brought unity between the three faiths to work and prosper together. So his legacy, from my mother's side, Khiriye Dahir al-Umar, Dahir al-Dahir, is embedded. My father is Anwar Hadid from Sapad, but lived in Nazareth and under British rule. The first 4 children were born in Palestine, Muhammad being the last. Muhammad was 2 weeks old when we went back to our home from Nazareth, where he was born, and Dahir al-Umar's home, where my mother was born, and went back to Sapad to go back into the home, and he was denied entrance, and he was taken to Lebanon, to where my aunt lived. My father went from Sapad to Syria, and unfortunately, there was a lot of killing that night, and later the Red Crescent was able to reunite us. I and the other 4 children were born as, say, refugees in Syria, and left Syria on a refugee Palestinian voyage.
You have spoken openly about the Israeli-Palestinian war and the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you please tell us more about your thoughts?
I've been to Palestine, I've been to the West Bank, Akka, Haifa, Tiberias, Ramallah. For me, it's a microism of what's happening in the world today, where we are allowing genocide, killing, displacing of my people, so it's more effective on my feelings. I don't agree with war in general. I don't agree in the destruction of the creatures and the animals and the planet, because war is never good for anything, any war. In this particular case, yes, I'm totally against the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, and I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it. And so it has conflicts, because I'm American, I'm Arab, I'm born between cultures of religion, faith, the Holy Land. and visiting the Jordan River and so forth. So it does have emotional impact, but you have to be strong to overcome everything and not deal with it in emotions, but try to make it a better world again if possible.
Were you able to go back to Palestine as well?
I was in Palestine in 1989 during the first Intifada. I was detained 3 hours at the airport by the military. I was guns and all were triggering to get me to react violently so that I can become the cause of why I should have been maybe injured. But I was able to keep my discipline. They put me on a plane and I never went back. At that time, I also removed many things from the house of Dahir al-Omar, where my father, and shipped them to Miami from Haifa.
I understand that you have a long-lasting relationship with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries. Can you tell us how this relationship started and how it has evolved?
My relationship with the Saudis never really started in college, but in the Gulf War, I started to work in the environmental because of the oil well fires was the first time it was used as a weapon against the environment, against humanity. So we used, the World Health Organization licensed us to use bacteria for the first time, a war on the environment to save the environment. So I had the opportunity to work in Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait Oil Companies, Bechtel's, Dow Chemicals, and we helped clean up the oil well fires. We do remediation of the soil where we're not burning it, but, for example, inject bacteria into the earth. Augmentation of the sewage plants, because with Saddam, all the motors were shut off, the pumps. So levels of H2S gas, total suspended solids, and others, toxins, were in the air. So I was there for the oil well fires. My first job was in Jabal Ali in Saudi Arabia before we liberated Kuwait, and I was able to enter Kuwait. Also with the time of Hajj in Mecca, so we were there also. Mecca and Riyadh, Dammam, Dahran, and I entered Kuwait during the liberation, and this is where I met my wife Alia.
We can see here in the pictures as well that you are a loving couple. Can you tell us more about this relationship and how it started?
Well, when I reached Kuwait, I set up offices with Aurora, a international company that makes the microorganisms. They actually made it for food products, grease, fats. So, but I was hiring, and Alia came to interview, and she had the best credentials. She knew Arab word perfect. She was able to speak Arabic, English. She had a degree in business management or accounting, but she was working already with the Arab shipping company. And then she joined me. A week later, I went to see her father, and we got married because on February 15th, all Palestinians had to leave, 400,000 from Kuwait. They were kicked out. So I married her February 6th, called our good friend, Mr. Zanouna, who was in Jordan, and he allowed us to bring her family to Amman. We got married in Kuwait during the liberation, and been happily together for the last 35 years.
How is your relationship and your families as well with President Trump right now? Because I understand that it has been through some ups and downs.
That is correct. Pre-1986, in 80s, end of the 70s, when 76 was the oil booms, the oil embargoes. Mr. Trump was a great real estate tycoon. My brother Mohammed Hadid was also a big tycoon in real estate. Ritz-Carltons, the World Trade Centers in Washington, beautiful villas that they built for some of the royal members of the Saudi and other, and he's very well known, Mohammed, of course, as partners and more intimate with them than I was. Then, of course, as times changed, I'm not sure we have any direct conflicts or have any. When my father died in 1989, Trump was cordial enough to send condolences to Mohammed. So you cannot say anything. Politics, as you mentioned, my nieces might be more vocal. Some of us, but it's a balance. But I don't believe there's any direct conflict with Mr. Trump, President Trump, or his family. Mohammed and Donald had good respect for each other as business tycoons in the real estate in New York, Washington, Aspen, and so forth.
Before ending this interview, I know your close ties with your family. So I would like to ask you, what is the message that you want to pass on to them?
Well, to make my father proud, and my grandmother who died in Rhodos, and my mother, and 80% of my family who I've already buried, was always, my motto would be the same as it would be on my gravestone, that whatever I found in life, I leave it more beautiful than I find it.
Thank you so much.
So here you have my father, Anwar Hadid, my mother, Khiriye Dahir al-Omar, princess, my twin sister, Maha, the baby, the eldest, my sister, Ghada Hadid Herndon, the banker. That's me, Mahmoud. Next to me is my brother, Muhammad, Raida, the second eldest sister, my brother Majid, who is an attorney, Majida, Sana, my apologies, Sana Hadid, lives in Amman now, also married my first cousin, Zuhair Hadid, and Majida Hyatt. So this is my family. Here are the grandchildren, or the nieces, nephews. Here's Alana with Michelle. This is my, Bella and one of my nephew, Yazan's son, Amin. So when they were all children, and as we had wedding parties, functions, we were able to enjoy their childhood. And this is Gigi, and this is Gigi. My apology. Bella, you will see her in other photos. But yeah, Wasim, Yazan. This is Alana, again, Lina. This is Muhammad with his 5 children. The eldest being Marielle, Alana, Gigi, Bella, Anwar, Yolanda, and yours truly, Muhammad Hadid.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hadid, for joining us at Al Arabiya English. In some of your interviews, you have mentioned how important it is to you to encourage your children to be proud of their Palestinian heritage. Can you explain to us why this is so important as a message to pass them on to them?
It's always been because I think from my parents' side that I learned about my heritage, which I know I have a long history of culture and heritage in my family member, between my family members, my mother especially. Her parents, her father, grandfather, great-grandfather was the ruler in land of Galilee at one time, from 1725 to 1775. He ruled Dahir al-Umar Zaydani. So we have cultural heritage within us. So we wanted to keep that. So my mother always taught us not to hate anyone, including what the people who have done to us in the past, who we invited into our homes. And I always asked my mother, "Why don't you tell me about this?" She said, "We didn't want you to hate." So they waited until we are much later on in life and they gave us specifically what happened to them in 1948 and before. 1946, when they invited some of the refugees from Poland and other parts of Europe to come and stay with them. So that kind of touched me personally because of their generosity and self-awareness. For them to know that they have done something good for the world, and but in fact it turned on them. In 1948, they kicked us all out. I was a baby. I was 6 days old when I was born in Nazareth, Palestine at the time, and at my great-grandfather's home in Nazareth. And my mother came back to our home in Safed, and they will not allow us into our home. So therefore, I see how my father taught us to be kind and to be good, regardless, and without pain. And I always thought to my mother, why you never tell us these things? She said, "We don't want you to learn about the massive experiences of what happened to us. We want you to make your own decisions about life, and then you can learn about the history. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck in pain." And therefore, I want to do the same thing with my kids. But my kids already by that time they knew about our family. They knew about me. They knew about my mother and father and their cousins and their family members. So they are aware of who they are. And of course, they took on a Palestinian issue because that was the sensitive issue, not of them being half Dutch and half Irish and so on and so forth. We are Palestinians. They feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture. So that's pretty much the way they have approached it, and without really pushing them. They loved it. They loved being who they are. They loved the culture. They loved the food. My mother was always teaching them about the food, about her background, our background, and how we lived our life through that, through my mother and my father, their kindness, that you don't need to be upset and sad, even though we are sad and upset, but it's relatively not the same. Other people who have suffered and still until today suffering in our parts of the world.
I have seen that you touched a little bit the Israeli and Palestinian conflict, and you have spoken very vividly regarding the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you explain to us what are your thoughts on these subjects?
Oh, because you have to, for sure, when you have as I have and my kids have, a huge amount of followers, huge, and not because of this conflict, because of what we do in life. Of course, I have been literally shadow banned for a long time. I mean, I used to have 6-7 million followers. Now I have 1.5 million, not because of anything. They shut me down. My daughters have probably about 500 million followers. So they have voice, and we need to voice our ourselves to put our conflict on stage for people to see reality. We're humans. We're intelligent. We are educated, and we want people not to think that what they tell others who are the Palestinians are just goem or animals or so on. We know who we are. We don't have to even explain that. So this is the reason why I did not tell Bella or Gigi or Alana or Marielle or Anwar what to do, what to say. They said it on their own because they know that's their father's issue, and they need to stay with it.
What is your connection with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries? And how has this relationship evolved?
Oh, it's always been very, very good. I have always, I do non-disclosure agreements with everybody I do work with, especially in the Gulf countries. I don't, when I do things around there, I keep it very private to myself. I don't go out and say I'm doing this with this family or that family. But I've done a lot in Saudi Arabia. I've had several, mostly residential projects that I've done in the past, but these are all private, and I don't like to bring up names. But I always enjoyed doing things in the Arab world because it's my. I love being there to begin with. Plus, I love the people I work with. I've done something in Qatar. I've done their first hotel there in 1979, major hotel, probably his first hotel there in Qatar. And then I've done a lot of things in Egypt. I've done the largest, probably the largest building ever built in Egypt. Residential and commercial, and doing another project in the North Coast. I love doing business. As a matter of fact, I want to do things in places like Oman, which I love. I just kind of went there, and the people there are so amazing and make me feel so comfortable. Now I want to take my talent and if I have left, I'm getting older, so I want to share what I've done. Of course, most of my work was in America, and in Athens, and Rhodes with my brother. My brother was literally, in my opinion, is a genius, but he doesn't want to say he is, but he really is a brilliant guy in his own way.
I have seen that you have done a lot of jobs. Real estate development is one of them. And then you went into business, you've done a lot of philanthropy. You've even represented Jordan as a professional skier in the Olympics. Can you tell us why you've been through so many different career paths?
I think between careers, sometimes the market collapses, something else happens, so you have a void, and that void I never want to be a void. I want to do something crazy, like the Olympics you mentioned. That was I used I had the Jordanian passport at the time, and that was the only way I could have gotten in because I couldn't be with the Austrian team when all these guys are crazy. And I learned how to ski by a friend of mine named Franz Weber, who is probably the most important speed skier in the world. And I shouldn't have done it because it's very dangerous. By the way, I don't know if you know that sport, speed skiing they stopped it because it was so dangerous. So I went there with them, and I was trained in Portillo, Chile, and in Les Arcs, France, and in the wind tunnels in Pasadena and so on. So for speed, I enjoyed it, and I thought, well, so actually I was at the time the oldest Olympian ever to do that sport specifically. But I did it, and I didn't die, so that was it. I enjoyed it.
Where does life find you today, and what are the projects that you're focusing on?
Well, I continue on trying to stay within my real estate projects. I've done a lot in Los Angeles. I was probably the residential arena. I was probably one of the biggest in the late 90s and early 2000s. My biggest places I've done it is in Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. I had maybe 8 to 10 million square feet of office space that I've done there, and I enjoy doing that. And then I owned the first five Ritz-Carltons from at the time when I was building the Ritz-Carlton hotel chain with Bill Johnson, the original owner, who bought the Boston Ritz-Carlton, and then from there on, I built some of their hotels as well. And then so my passion was always luxury homes, luxury living, luxury. I mean, for some reason I had that in me. And as I always said, my mother used to take me to Egypt and other places around in the Middle East. And I used to look at the pyramids and other places like this, and I was fascinated by the not only the Arabic architecture, it's just in general. In Turkey, for example, and all these places. So I would take a piece of this and that, and I'll put them into my homes, I put them into my hotels, I put them in because I just want to kind of put parts of me in all the projects I have done. So I'm always wanted to do big things. I mean, I don't know why, I don't know, but maybe I was just, I just wanted to explore larger projects, and I was successful in it. So here we are.
And finally, what is the message that you would like to share with the world about Palestine?
You know, my motto has always been, where you come from is what makes you who you are. So I feel like I am my culture, my background, my mother's family's background, our homes in Safed and Nazareth, they were an example of what I want to be. I think that's how I felt. I need to move back and look back and see what we have done and enlarge it in different ways. The architecture is just is the way of life. I enjoyed bringing the East and the West together. I enjoy watching my children doing the same thing, and they're doing it on their own. I don't push my kids into anything. Really, truthfully, is they are self-aware. Bella, Gigi, Alana, Marielle, Mahmoud, as you know, we are all different, but yet we're all the same. My brother is a genius. It literally is smart, 10 times smarter than I, but he knows how to play with do it with his own way. I have different ways, and we can complement each other. We are actually more alike than we are different.
Thank you very much for joining us at Arabiya English.
My pleasure.
Welcome, Marielle, at Arabiya English. You have done so many jobs, like your uncle and your father. You have started as a model. You have also worked in the fashion industry, and now you co-own and you co-direct the luxury brand, the Hadid Eyewear. Can you please tell us more about your business endeavors?
So I've always been interested in fashion. I started in fashion in high school. I did model a little bit, but I prefer not to be in front of the camera. I get a little nervous. And I went to art school. And then I did a lot of work within the home. So designing, redesigning. I worked with my father in some of his homes, doing staging. After he completed his homes, I would sometimes come and stage them and get them ready for sale. So I worked with him in that way. Both my mother and father are great cooks, love to entertain, and so I did Living Well with Marielle, which was a passion project of mine, and that I would decorate, go into people's houses, fix them up, and cook a lot and entertain, and it was kind of a lifestyle thing. All of that while I was having children, because it was a way for me to get my creativity out while I had young children. And I love to cook. I cook Arabic food. I learned from my teta how to cook all kinds of Arabic food. And so that is part of my life every day. Arabic music, Arabic food, rolling grape leaves with my sisters, Gigi, Bella, and Alana. So things like that. And now we're at Hadid Eyewear. Actually, we started it in 2017, so it's almost 10 years old, but we are relaunching this month, so it's very exciting.
How are you able to balance motherhood and so many jobs at the same time?
I work a lot with my children's schools, but so I'm on the PTA, and I work in my community a lot, doing projects that help the community that I live in. It's a small community, so it's really important to have grassroots safety, the fires, the environment. So we have to take care of our own communities, and I think that that's how I mostly show, rather than speaking a lot about who a Palestinian is or what a Palestinian is, I like to show that I am a Palestinian because I am a woman, a mother, and I care about the community at large. So that's how I take care of my community.
Can you please tell us more how your Palestinian identity has shaped your creativity, your designs, and your whole idea of life?
So I think, as I said, my parents are artists. So I, from both my mother, who's also a partner in our business, so we're three, my sister, my mother, and I, we work together, and she is an Irish American, so she also believes in liberation of people. And I think that shows up just in art in general, of bringing that beauty throughout everything that you do. But in my own style. I mean, for example, this is my grandmother's ring, my teta, so Hariye, and I also wear a small coin from Palestine. So on one side, it's here somewhere, here. So I keep things close, and gold in general is a way that refugees could leave where they come from and go other places and keep things that have something on them that was worth something.
You have mentioned that you're very close with your family. Would you like to tell us about the values and the messages that you would like to pass on to the next generation?
Yeah, so I call myself the lead Hadid because I am the eldest daughter of Muhammad. So Gigi, Bella, Anwar, and Alana are my younger siblings. And as I said, with living well with Marielle, but just generally, I do a lot of the holidays. I bring the family around. We cook together. We are, and we believe strongly in that family bond. And so we are together for the important parts of our life. And here I am in my uncle's house. So, you know, family is very important, and it's the most important thing. And so what I want to show my children always is, you know, that family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you for letting me introduce Hadid Eyewear, and thanks so much.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal. Today we're talking tech and entertainment. Saudi Arabia's gaming sector is rapidly nearing its Vision 2030 target of 250 studios, 40,000 jobs created, and a $13 billion contribution to the country's GDP. Well, the region's esports ecosystem keeps growing, the latest indication of which is Riyadh hosting the Esports Nations Cup in November. That's in addition to the Saudi-founded Esports World Cup, which went global this year in Paris. Well, international and domestic appetite for consoles, gaming, entertainment and tech is surging, and few companies are as exposed to this as Sony. From the PlayStation to Sony Music, cameras and television, the business is all in to take on shifting consumer needs. Well, today we're joined by Sony's Middle East head to talk about regional expansion, esports strategy, homegrown talent, and where AI fits into Sony's next chapter. We're joined by Jobin Jojo, Managing Director of Sony Middle East and Africa. A very warm welcome to the program. I wondered if we could just start by talking about Sony's current presence in Saudi Arabia and the wider GCC region, and maybe tell us a bit, if you can, about your plans for expansion in this market.
So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has always been at the forefront when it comes to adopting new technology and innovations with its young, tech-savvy population. To stay connected with our consumers in Saudi Arabia, we have recently launched our e-commerce platform, which is sonyworld.sa. This gives access to our consumers in Saudi to our latest product launches, our product offerings, as well as various membership benefits. This, together with our trusted network of retail and distribution partners, provides seamless shopping experience to our customers, whether they want to buy online or from physical stores. Beyond consumer electronics, Saudi Arabia is also a key market for us for our digital imaging and professional solutions business. For more than 25 years, we have been working with the Saudi Broadcasting Authority, providing professional broadcast solutions that have supported the kingdom's evolving media landscape. More recently, Sony was selected as a preferred technology partner to provide professional imaging solutions for major sports productions, including the Saudi Pro League, further demonstrating the confidence placed in our technology and expertise. Looking ahead, our focus remains on strengthening partnerships, expanding across various products, and creating experiences that continue to meet the evolving needs of Saudi consumers and creators.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that introduction. I wonder if we could talk a bit about esports now, because, of course, the World Cup is something we've been keeping a very close eye on, the Esports World Cup in Paris. How does that fit in with Sony's broader gaming and esports strategy in this region?
So we are proud to be a founding partner of the Esports World Cup. This is not just a sponsorship for us, it's the real testament of how important it is for us to support the gaming and esports needs across the region. Saudi Arabia has a young, passionate gaming community, and esports is an integral part of this culture. Looking ahead, our strategy in gaming and esports isn't a one-off activation, it's about consistent presence. With each product launch, we want to be able to cater to different gaming needs. To support this increased demand, we have created and introduced our in-zone gaming range, designed specifically for gamers at various budgets without compromising on the immersive gaming experience.
Okay, exciting stuff. Now let's talk about talent here in Saudi Arabia, and I wondered what initiatives Sony's got in place to try and promote Saudi talent in areas like music and photography, and what sort of programs you've got in place to achieve that.
So Saudi's music scene, I would say, is incredible right now with the rise, whether it is the rise of homegrown talent, artists, or the growth of live events, or simply how music has become central to everyday life. This really kind of aligns with our Alt Power Sound series product range that we have launched, where the lineup includes wireless speakers and noise-canceling headphones designed to keep up with the energy of music which people are listening to and creating. When it comes to the photography and content creation part, an important initiative a few years back, is our Alpha Universe platform dedicated to supporting the growing community of photographers and filmmakers through various events, workshops, as well as shared creativity. In Saudi specifically, we have hosted hands-on workshops led by local Saudi photographers and filmmakers, covering everything from documentary to portrait photography to cinematic lighting and product photography. Over the last couple of years, we have also supported female content creators through our Alpha Femme workshops.
Okay, just a reminder there of just how broad Sony's reach is in so many different sectors and subsectors. Let's talk a bit about trends here in Saudi Arabia. What sort of trends are you noticing from consumers, and what do they mean for Sony's strategy moving forwards?
So we are seeing this playing out in several ways. At home, there's a rising demand for premium entertainment experiences as consumers try to bring home cinema kind of experience into their living rooms. In gaming, Saudi Arabia now would be the leading market across the Middle East with over 23 million gamers, and that passion is driving the demand for high-performance gaming devices. The creator economy is rapidly growing too, increasing demand for professional cameras and content creation tools as more people across the region build careers around content. These trends closely align with Sony's strengths across our product categories, allowing us to deliver technologies that meet the changing needs of consumers and creators alike. Understanding our consumer needs and bringing in products to meet their needs has always been at the forefront of our strategy in the region.
Okay, so consumer trends changing all the time, and clearly AI is a huge part of what all consumers are engaging with and relying on to a greater extent. I wonder how AI is shaping Sony's products and operations, and what does that integration look like in practice?
So AI is not something new to Sony, and it has always been an integral part of our DNA. In home entertainment, our Bravia TVs are equipped with Sony's proprietary XR processor. The technology goes beyond conventional AI, and it analyzes, let's say, pictures and recreates pictures the same way that humans can see and hear, bringing the creator's intent to life. In digital imaging, Sony's advanced AI capabilities enable our cameras to track fast-moving objects, be it people, animals, or even vehicles. This intelligent automation optimizes autofocus and exposure settings, ensuring the best possible shot in every situation. Additionally, we have also taken a proactive approach of developing our own enterprise LLM, which is a secure web platform designed to help our employees safely explore generative AI while enhancing their AI literacy. This initiative ensures that our teams can harness AI responsibly and effectively.
Okay, so AI sounds like it's really central to so much of what you're doing. We talk a lot about gaming on this program, which might surprise some people, but gaming is a major strategic priority for Saudi Arabia. And I wondered how Sony is contributing to the growth and the success of Saudi Arabia's gaming sector.
I mean, I would say gaming is one of the clearest examples which continues to play a strategic priority in the kingdom. And that ambition matches exactly where we have been investing as a company. We introduced our in-zone ecosystem into the market, including gaming headsets, monitors, as well as gaming accessories, built specifically for competitive gaming and not just a normal consumer use. We are closely working with local talent to make sure it performs at the level that the market demands. Our collaboration with Team Falcons is a great example, being one of the leading esports organizations both in the region and globally. They give us real ground level feedback on our in-zone products. Our products aren't just tested, they are tested and refined by players that the gear is built for. Beyond products and partnerships, it's about contributing to the wider ecosystem, supporting the infrastructure, talent, and culture around gaming through various tournaments and initiatives.
And what about your alignment with Vision 2030? Where do you see Sony sitting within that vision?
Well, Sony is committed to supporting Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 ambition and to contributing to the kingdom's innovation agenda and creative economy. Through our technology, our entertainment ecosystem, and our strategic partnerships, we are aiming to support the continued growth of the local market. An example of this was the partnership with the Ministry of Culture to set up and operate the Jack Studios, which is one of the largest virtual production studios in the world using Sony's crystal LED displays. Our senior management in Tokyo is in regular discussion with top executives across various key institutions in KSA to explore and finalize on opportunities that support localization, nurture local talent, and contribute to the long-term growth of Saudi Arabia's technology infrastructure.
Okay, just looking forwards, I wonder how in 5 years from now you'll measure whether or not your initiatives have been successful. I mean, are there any metrics or targets that perhaps will give us the strongest indication that Sony's strategy in Saudi Arabia has succeeded?
If I had to pick just one metric 5 years from now, I would point to how embedded Sony has become in the everyday creative and entertainment life of people here. And evidence to this would be either the global launch of a product in Saudi before it's released to the rest of the world, or an introduction of a product that has been specifically designed for the Saudi market. I think the day we see one of the two happening, we could proudly say that we have succeeded in what we have set out to achieve in the local Saudi market.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much indeed, Jobin Jojo, the Managing Director of Sony Middle East and Africa. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
the first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kafkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते हैं आप भी नहीं जा सकते हैं.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई.
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लमें थी नशे मतलब ऐसे ही
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने दानु का राज था हाँ दानु ने हार माना. When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jambu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many. बात पे और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition, This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within the Lana's unique system of governance. This political framework indeed has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर पर
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
Well, I'm joined now by Paulo Uchoa, who is the Brazilian ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and a close friend of Humberto. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, and my condolences for the loss of your friend. And I wondered, before we talk about his work, whether you could tell us a bit about Humberto as a person.
I would say that Humberto was a very peculiar person because at one hand he was very private and he always wanted to maintain a very invisible personality to the world, but he was a person that had a very unique ability to connect to people and very important people, and he was very determined to do the best he could do in his job. So he was both very private but very professional in what he did.
And his connection to Saudi Arabia was extremely strong, and that was very evident talking to him. He lived here, he died here, he's now buried here. How did that strong connection between a Brazilian man and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia come about?
Because I have been friends with him for 23 years and I had the chance to speak continuously about his experience here in Saudi Arabia, I would say that the connection was almost a coincidence of destiny. He came here in 85 or around 85 to participate in an exhibition at the very beginning of his career, and he never left. And he remained here for what I know, 41 years. And he did an incredible work in documenting Saudi Arabia from various perspectives, as you said in your introduction. But I don't think that it was anything that he ever planned. I think it came accidentally in his life. He saw the opportunities, he was passionate about the country, and then he embraced his destiny.
And, you know, he captured and documented Saudi Arabia over the decades, capturing the kingdom's transformation from, you know, 1980s to where it is today. What do you think his contribution was to this country?
It's difficult to say whether there is anyone else that has a work that covers Saudi Arabia as comprehensively as he did. But because very early in his career he developed a passion for the country and for the culture, he traveled the country from north to south, east to west. He visited communities. He photographed archaeological sites. So he was curious about everything. And he managed to develop one of the most incredible network of contacts I could have witnessed in this country. And I've been also coming to Saudi Arabia for the last 20 years of my career. So it was very impressive to see, you know, this aspect of his personality.
And as I said in the introduction, his funeral service was held yesterday. It was presided over by very senior Saudi royalty. And I wondered what that tells us about how appreciated he was here.
I think Umberto was indeed very appreciated. I think the quality of work that he produced over the years is what made people look at him. I think that although he was a person with some peculiar behavior, I think he was also a very charming man, and he was a very warm man. So all of this together in one person, Umberto, made him very popular, and he did develop this incredible network from various fields of Saudi society.
I've seen several examples of his work, and we've been showing some of them to our viewers on the screen as well whilst we've been having this conversation. But I wondered if you could tell us a bit about his technique, his approach to his work, and the subjects that he captured.
He was a very meticulous photographer, from what I can say. He was detailed-oriented. He was never satisfied with second-best options. He would take as many shots, and he would go back to the place as many times as was necessary, and he would not give up until he, in his mind, thought he had gotten the perfect shot. So I think this is what makes his work so compelling, because when we see something that he finally decided to present, either in a book or in the format of a photograph, it was really the best he had to offer.
And I've seen examples of his work at the Brazilian embassy, and I just wonder whether there's one of the pieces that's hanging on the walls of your embassy or your residence that is one that you particularly appreciate.
Everything that I see about his work, either in books or on walls, usually I am very much seduced and I'm very much attracted, and I'm a big admirer. But I think there's one piece that now sits in my office at the embassy, not at the residence, which is one of these views of part of the desert that surrounds Madain Saleh Alula, which is very nice, and it's probably, from everything that I've seen, my favorite piece.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, is there an anecdote or a vignette from your encounters with Umberto that's going to perhaps be forevermore in your memory?
What was interesting and funny to watch in his behavior was when people approached him to take a photograph with him. Umberto never liked to be photographed. And the public explanation that he gave for that is that what was important in photography what he produced, not he himself. Maybe there was something else that you know, made him not like to be photographed, but this is what I was with him many times when people came and asked to take pictures with him, and he always refused, saying that not him, but the sceneries he photographed.
Well, I was one of those people who asked to take a picture with him, and he did not oblige with me, but I also have lasting memories of him. Thank you so much for coming in to talk to us today. Ambassador Paulo Uchoa, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now, the Esports World Cup is now well underway in Paris in what is its first edition to be held outside of Saudi Arabia. Well, running until the 23rd of August, this 7-week-long event brings together more than 2,000 players, 200 clubs, and competitors from more than 100 different countries. And they're all going to be battling it out for the record prize pool of more than $75 million. So how has the move from Riyadh to Paris gone so far? What has it taken to deliver an event on this scale? And what are the World Cup's longer-term global ambitions? Well, to answer that question and more, we're joined by Mike McCabe, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the Esports Foundation. He's in Paris. Mike, great to have you with us. Just tell us, how's it going?
It's going wonderfully well at the moment. We're well on our way to closing out the second week of the competition. And it's been an amazing 2 weeks so far, and we've got another great 5 weeks to come.
Okay. I mean, what's the profile of the people that are there? I mean, I teased it in the introduction. I mean, it seems like people have come from right across the globe.
Yes, here in Paris, there's a huge heritage of esports in France, and especially here in Paris. We have three of the biggest French clubs based right here. And so they bring incredible fandom. But in addition to that, we've got fans from all over the world. We have super fans representing clubs from Brazil and China. And of course, we have a huge number of Saudi fans who've made it here to support on Falcons and Twisted Minds.
And I believe this is the very first edition of the Esports World Cup to be held outside of the kingdom. I mean, it's amazing because it sounds to me like it's got all the makings of a very successful Saudi-grown export. I mean, can you take it to other countries as well in the future, do you think?
Absolutely. The intention of the EWC was always that it was going to be a global esports event and a global esports IP developed in Riyadh, but ultimately with a global audience. So naturally, it makes sense for it to rotate to other parts of the world. This was an accelerated version of that based on the disruptions that we'd experienced across the Middle East from a travel perspective over the course of the last few months. But with very little notice, we've been able to really deliver a world-class event here.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't have much time to sort of turn this event around and transport the whole event from Saudi to France. I mean, what were the logistics like?
It was challenging. We had 8 weeks, really, from the decision to the opening ceremony. So it's unprecedented in global sport to be able to move an event of this magnitude. But it's really just a testament, not just to the incredible agility of the teams that we work with, but the support that we had from the government in the kingdom, but also the government and the support here from the French side as well, in really helping build those pathways and accelerate the operation and the move that we had here. There were some key areas that were particularly a focus for us, like visas for players. You mentioned over 2,500 players from 100 different countries, and being able to manage the visa logistics across all of those players from 7 weeks was definitely a challenge. Never mind the fact that we have to secure thousands of hotel rooms in a very busy Paris in the middle of summer, which is their peak tourist season as well. So lots of headaches, but it's all come together, and we're enjoying an incredible festival of gaming at the moment.
Goodness me, sounds like the sort of thing that would give quite a lot of people a few sleepless nights organising all of that. Tell us about the viewership. What's it like, and how does it compare to previous years?
So still very early days from a viewership perspective, but the early indications are really, really strong. We see a lot of our viewership really coming from the broad worldwide markets, but really strong performance so far out of Asia, but also here within Europe and of course in the Middle East as well. So early indicators are really, really strong, and it's really one of our goals. Each year we try to expand a little bit further into the mainstream gaming audience, and the investments that we're making in properties like a docuseries Level Up that's on Prime, and other investments that we're making there are helping us reach a new audience and really introduce them to this wonderful world of esports.
What are the games, the top games that are attracting the most interest from the clubs, from the viewers, and what are the games that are on the horizon that you're personally most excited about?
So we're in the midst of the second week at the moment, which League of Legends is the banner IP for this second week, and so it really brings an incredibly passionate audience, and you may be able to hear it through the glass of my office here. The teams here are having an amazing afternoon. So we've got those games that have been established for a number of years now. There's a lot of emerging games as well, which we're always watching. And we have a balance within the tournament where we have games which are played on PC or console, but we also have mobile games as well that are much more accessible and have much more resonance in growth markets like Latin America or Southeast Asia. So we really want to be truly representative across global gaming markets.
I mean, computer games have moved on immeasurably from when I was a child, and the graphics were pretty basic. I think it's fair to say they were in color. I'll add, but I mean, nowadays there's virtual reality, there's augmented reality. How are you seeing those sorts of things sort of change the dynamics of gaming?
So there's been VR and AR, definitely explorations in those areas. What they haven't achieved yet is scale. And so scale brings accessibility. And so they're on the horizon, but not necessarily in the mainstream yet. What you see is technologies like AR that are being used in broadcast increasingly to create a more engaging experience for a broadcast viewer, rather than necessarily on the field of play at the moment.
Okay, and what about AI? I mean, people probably ask you this all the time, but does AI have much of an impact on gaming?
It does. It's had a huge impact, and a lot of positive options it's given us, from whether it be from a content creation standpoint, code creation, the ability to create dynamic virtual worlds in a much faster way is incredible. It's helped improve the pace of development. But even for us running an event here, it gives us a huge amount of opportunity to create stats on the fly of what's just happened in a match, or to clip content and be more intelligent in the way that we're capturing content, and to be able to distribute that much more broadly. So it's really unleashed a whole host of opportunities for us, not just from a game creation, but in a tournament operation and from a content creation standpoint as well.
Okay, you've listed the good points. What are the cons?
From our perspective, we're not seeing cons. From an AI perspective, it gives us opportunities to do things more quickly. So from our perspective, it's not there are not negatives in our realm. Okay.
Obviously, sponsorship, partnerships, advertising, big part of what you're doing. Any shifts you've seen this time around with regards to the sort of level of participation from those partners?
So obviously our late move from operating in Saudi to here in Paris opened up some new opportunities for us with different partners and different sponsors. What we've seen over the course of the last 6 months is actually an openness from traditional blue chip brands who really focused on traditional sports, and now are actually seeing esports as a great way, a great pathway to access a younger generation. So we've seen new sponsors like Allianz, an Olympic partner, actually opening up and investing in EWC. We've got other global brands like Sony, Lenovo, Hilton, who have traditionally focused their efforts in the traditional, or what had been perceived as a traditional world of sport, and now seeing esports as an important part of their sponsorship portfolio. So we've had a really strong year, and we obviously have great support from our sponsors, but we've also seen really strong movement when it comes to ticketing for this event, as well as incredible merchandise and all of the other ancillary elements of revenue that we see from major global events like EWC.
Clearly, Saudi Arabia really prominent on the map when it comes to esports and gaming. How do you see that evolving?
I think it's a testament to the average age of the population. We have a very young population in the kingdom, and there's a high propensity to play games and to enjoy the content that we're working with. So I think we've got a really, really strong foundation through events like ours, which are homegrown but global events. And then we also have a whole host of other investments that the kingdom's made as part of their national gaming and esports strategy, whether it be in relation of development or other pillars of the gaming ecosystem. So I think from that really strong foundation, we'll continue to grow. We'll build a broader talent base in the kingdom that's associated with all the facets of gaming.
Okay, and just to wrap up this conversation, I mean, we've already established that esports, the Esports World Cup, can successfully become a sort of international traveling event. Tell us about where you think future World Cups are going to be held.
Not sure about future World Cups, but in addition to the Esports World Cup, we have the Esports Nations Cup. Our inaugural event will be in November this year. And that's an event that we've already committed will rotate out of Saudi Arabia as soon as 2028. So we will have, ideally, ENC and EWC as global properties that will be moving around the world to a variety of host cities.
Okay, and of course, the whole point of having this event at this time of year was because it was supposed to give people something to look forward to during the very hot summer months. I'm assuming it's pretty hot where you are.
Yes, we brought a little bit of I would say, Jeddah weather over here at the moment. We've got a bit of humidity to go with the heat. So, yes, it's a little bit home from home, but it's exciting. Everybody's really getting into it. And so we're excited to continue the next few weeks, but we're also excited to bring the event home as well, back to its home city of Riyadh.
Well, it sounds like everyone there in Paris is very much in the spirit of it, and someone's brought the weather with them. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Mike McCabe, Chief Operations Officer at the Esports Foundation. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
To hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Arabiya English, trusted by leaders